And we are live. What is going on, everybody? Happy Wednesday. Happy May 1st. I can't believe that we are already in May. Let me know if you can see me, if you can hear me okay. Apologies in advance. I have been spending quite a bit of time outside in the backyard building a playground for Jackson, and we've had lots of wind, so my sinuses are awful. So hopefully I'm not gonna be sniffling too much, but if I am, for fair warning here. So who's all here today? Let's see. We've got Nappins in the house, RS, JPC. Hey Zombie, ironic the LDO Positron kit launches today. Yeah, a little bit funny timing. To be fair, I had planned this stream a couple weeks ago. I just needed to wrap up a few things and get parts ready. So I had no idea in advance that it was launching today. Did you print anything for the playground? I have not yet. The playground has been, I wish I had a photo of it. I only have, let me see. I've got a partial, I've got a, hold on, I'll do a side cam here. Aaron sent me this. Hold on. So you can't really see the whole thing. Let's see, there we go, that'll do. So I got the swing set up on it. So he was swinging. But it's been interesting. We have a sloped yard, and so we have a sloped yard. And so part of it was me just moving around dirt, trying to get rid of some of the slope without reversing the slope, because I definitely don't want water going towards the house. And then even with that, it's not perfect. I tried compacting it. There's a little bit of wobble to the thing. And it's been interesting. It's been a lot of hours. I think that all the 3D printer building has ultimately led up to me to preparing me for this playground. It's been a whole different beast. I'm used to working with plastic parts, and so working with wood has just been, there's a lot of different considerations. In some ways it's a lot easier, in other ways things split, things, it's been interesting, but we're almost there, almost at the end. I have to coat it, I have to stake it to the ground with some rebar, and then there are two sections on it where the, oh gosh, what are they called? Lag bolts are spinning, which is not good. They should be having a tight grip on the material, so they're sending a replacement piece of wood. If for some reason that one spins, then I'm going all the way through the wood with a bolt and attaching it with metal on the other end. So yeah, but it's been good. It's been fun. How's everybody else doing? Hey 3Dfinity, Alien, wood is awesome, but I also hate it. Way more splinters. Yeah, I also thought for some reason it's cedar. The whole playground is basically made of cedar, which is good for pests and for rot, but I thought that it came pre-coated. It does not. So I was originally thinking I'd have to be out there painting the whole thing with the seal, but I found online that they sell stuff that you can put in sort of one of those manual pumping things that then you spray. So I'm just gonna spray the whole thing down with like a deck coating and call it good. So that's what's going on here. Hey Charlie, hey Petty. Aaron says Jack loves the slide, he cries. Yeah, so the slide we have, it's too big of a slide. I think it's like 10 foot. He's way too small to go down it, I think, solo. So we kind of like hold him as he goes down it. But the couple times we've tried to bring him inside from playing on there, he throws a fit. He does not want to go inside, which is good. That was kind of the goal of getting him outside, but it's been interesting with that. Hey Muzin, so let's talk about what the game plan is and what we're doing here. So for starters, we are building a positron. And if anyone is unfamiliar with a positron, I feel like most everyone here is familiar with what a positron is. It is basically a small, compact, upside down printer. Now, the variant that we are building here is the JourneyMaker version. And if you're wondering what the differences are between the three different positrons, that is a great question. Some of the advantages listed here are simplified assembly, cost reduction, there's a user-friendly build guide. The PSU is integrated on this, which it's an interesting PSU. I'm kind of curious to see how it goes in here. It uses the lead screw for Z instead of a belted Z, and then it also has improved toolhead cooling and extruder. So handful of different things. I don't know, like this is again what is stated here in the GitHub, so I'm sure that there are some perks of potentially other ones, but I don't know positron like the back of my hand. This will be my first time building one, so I'll have to go based off of what is listed here. I did want to mention that the machined parts, the main CNC parts, were provided by Voxolite. Everything else was self-sourced, which was roughly $400 from AliExpress, I want to say. I have to look at the receipt, maybe 300, between 300 to 400, and that was all the hardware, the motors, the lead screw, what else? The board, which is the Big Tree Tech Pico. I purchased this bed from Voxolite. This is different than the beds that they have on their website. This was like I guess a small run that they did. And this was, I think, fairly pricey. I can't actually remember what I paid for it, but I want to say it was close to $100 for just the bed. I could be wrong. And again, this isn't the bed that, if you go on their website right now, they've got a bed for I think $50 or $60, but it uses a different heating element. I think it's more like what's in your rear view mirror of your car. So it's this, with this honeycomb grid. Oh, you can't see. You can't see. So yeah, this is like half the price at $50, this bed. So nice, 23 months. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the support for the last 23 months. Belted Z gang, Belted Z gang. Hey GPs, how's it going? So yeah, I got the bed through here. I also ordered from Voxolite. I bought the rails, which were $80, and the main thing they provided was this here, which is the CNC parts kit, along with, I think, the 3mm belt. So again, for full transparency, they did sponsor that, and then everything else was self-sourced. So I know that said that the price is cheaper for this, but I want to say, all in all, I probably paid close to $600. So I think it's quite comparable to the kit that was just released. Shadell, thank you for 15 months. Alex Moreno, welcome. Thank you for becoming a member. And RS Makes 20 months. That is crazy. We gotta do some sound effects. We got a air horn. We got a squirrel because I'm trying not to get distracted, and we've got Hadouken. So I haven't self-sourced a kit for quite a while. It's going to be very interesting. It's been a while. Like, my last time self-sourcing a full kit was probably V0. 2 years, 1060. That is crazy. Jose, 12 months. Man, all right, we got to do one more sound effect here. I'm not quite hungry yet. We'll do cheer. Cheer for everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. So... yes, let's look at some of the CNC parts that were provided with this kit. So you've got sort of the main plate that everything mounts onto. This is the power supply, which is a really interesting power supply. It was sort of pricey. I want to say I paid $40 or $50-ish for this off AliExpress. It's a Meanwell power supply, and I can't remember if we're going to be soldering directly to this or what the deal is, but yeah, interesting power supply. So it's inside of the machine, and I believe that's a pretty different thing. I think the other ones use like an external brick compared to this. Self-source each extra fun parts. Yes. Yeah, I know. I think you just put some like tape over the base to isolate it from the aluminum. So I was like, Alien will love that. We've got the sort of bed. I guess it's like the bed frame that the bed sits on, which looks similar to the other Positron ones. Could I do a sub 10-minute benchy? I think so, maybe. I received the Eddy coil yesterday. Is it working for you? Mine's working fine. We got it set up on the stream. The only thing I haven't done still is the full thermal compensation. I have it set now to just basically be running for PLA, and I'll have to redo the thermal compensation thing that they've got built in for it. I also need to still email them. If you remember, oh shoot, my computer restarted and my notepad closed. I'll have to go back to last week's stream and freeze a frame where I have my notes popped up so I can type those up and send it over to them. For the board, we're using a Big Tree Tech SKR Pico, which I've never used a Pico, believe it or not, so that will be fun. A Pi Zero, which I don't have out, I'll have to grab one of those. We've got a couple of more machined pieces, which is also included in the machine kit. For the Hotend, it's using what looks to me a lot like an Ender 3 form factor Hotend, but modified. I'm not going to open it right now, but you've got the same sort of Ender 3 style heatsink. But the block is different because it's at an angle. It goes in through the side. So you've got yes, just a 90-degree angle that will be formed with it. So I'm curious about that. I'm very curious to see how that goes. Ender 3 uses MK8. Wait, what did your V0 use if not the Pico? My V0 used, I want to say it was an SKR Mini E3. I don't think Pico existed when I built my V0. I'm almost positive Pico came out after. My first V0 we built in 2020? No, 2021? It couldn't have been after 2021. That's gonna be a fun purge. Yeah, so I'm very curious about this. Do a cold pull? No, thank you. It's always a sub-bench in the Positron. That is quite the PSU. Yeah, hey Vinny. So yeah, then we've got standard power supply. I'm using this edge connector, so I'm gonna have to do some soldering. It's like I think it's a double stacked board, so I don't know, I'll have to look. I really don't know. It's gonna be interesting. A super, super crazy thin belt, which is gonna be, there's a lot of first time, like new things with this for me. Nice, thank you very much, man, for the 5 gifted memberships. We'll do a Hadouken for you. Cheers, thank you. Tor got a membership, Scope got a membership, Amar got a membership, Los and Happy. Yeah, super, super skinny belts. And then we've got some rails. So the rails were custom ordered because they are fairly custom. You'd have to cut down the rails and size themselves. And then on the Z1 specifically, you have to do some drilling. I don't have a drill press here, and so I figured I would just order them and sort of not deal with that. The things I did do in preparation for this was I cut all the motors down. Where are they? Motors. Yeah, so they're for the X, Y, and Z motor, I had to cut down the shaft on them. So there's we have autofocus on, I think, right? Yeah. There's these little jigs that they have, so I basically just push them over the motor shaft. I then put a piece of tape around here to keep any metal shavings from getting out of the motor, and I quite literally used a hacksaw to cut them down. They are not exact to spec, but I was told that as long as they're within range where they won't bump into things and the set screw can bite onto them, it won't be an issue. I did go out and specifically buy a better hacksaw than the one I had. It was only 20 bucks, but it had a much nicer blade, and it made light work out of cutting through these. I was anticipating it was going to be quite difficult, but I think I cut through these on average in like 60 seconds. It was not very difficult once you have them clamped in place with a jig on. I mean, the main thing was avoid slipping, and that was really it. So, Z and Z. Hey, zombie. And then the other thing I cut down was this teeny tiny little lead screw. It wasn't fully necessary. The cutting this down was purely an aesthetic thing. It just so that way it'll be flush with the printer not sticking out a little bit. For that, I tried using the hacksaw and I was not having good luck with getting a starting point without slipping. So I ended up using a Dremel that I have with a diamond wheel and just cut that down and then used a hand file to sort of clean up the rough edge a little bit. So a little bit of prep work. Not terrible. Yeah, it's so tiny. So the first one of these actually got, so the first one of these that I ordered didn't come with the nut, although it was supposed to. So I ordered a second one, which did come with the nut, luckily. However, the second one is super bent. So this is the second one, and I don't know, like, I don't know how to really show it, but like it is rough, man. Like it is, there's metal clanking sounds going on. Well, this one, although I still wouldn't say it's perfect, it's a hell of a lot better. It's a lot better than this guy. I mean, this guy's not spinning anywhere. So hopefully this will be good enough. These were ordered from AliExpress, and they did have it in basically a cardboard tube, but a cardboard tube only does so much to protect it. So I was very thankful that ordering two gave me one nut that I needed and one lead screw that seems to not be, someone did not like karate chop it. So yeah. Yeah, at least it rolls. How many turns, right? How rigid is this going to be? Hopefully fairly rigid with it's got a fairly custom extrusion, and then with this beefy linear rail on top of it, the lead screw shouldn't have to be super rigid. I mean, this is really what's going to support it. It's a feature, so it doesn't roll off the table. GPs, I said, I saw a nice photo of you of the Rat Rig team. Yeah, I saw. I watched their VCore 4 release video yesterday, and I guess I forgot. We took a photo, which was really cool. I chatted with them quite a bit. It was Miguel, and I can't remember off the top of my head the guy's name that is in the videos, which I apologize to if he watches this, because he was super nice. Names are tough with me. But yeah, they were really, really fun to talk to, super passionate about 3D printing and their VCore, and it was a really great time. Hey Joseph, those rails look pretty, yeah, the Z rail specifically is beefy. The X and Y are substantially smaller by comparison. So I want to get going into this because I'd like to make some progress. All parts are printed out of, this is all Soraya glass ABS that I printed on the Q1 Pro. So hopefully they will be nice and sturdy. I think I'm missing at least the Raspberry Pi mounting part, but I don't anticipate us needing that today. Also, looking through the guide, let's see. There is a step-by-step guide. Where are we? There's a step-by-step guide that is here. There's also a CAD, full CAD assembly that we will, I'm sure, be referencing a handful of times. So this is there. Does this have the, oh, cool, sweet. So yeah, I'm using the micro probe. This is the 3. Where did we go? What are we doing? This is the 2.3 variant of this printer, and they are using the micro probe. I believe it started off as a community mod, and it turned out that people were having much better result with this over, I think, the standard IR is what was used. So I will be using the BQ micro probe as well. The thing I kind of goofed on was, if we go through the beginning of this guide, so we'll look at this. If caution is not exercised, the device has the potential to cause harm with injuries, burns, and electrical shock. We will try to avoid all of those things. Welcome to the Voxolite JourneyMaker Assembly Manual, comprehensive guide. Proud to present the JourneyMaker, a 3D printer inspired by Positron. The manual will guide you through each step with clear instructions and detailed visuals. There is a Discord and GitHub. I've been in the Discord, not really typing very much, but lurking a bit, that's for sure. So the thing that I goofed on was here. These say flatheads, FHCS, FHCS, FHCS. So I've been labeling everything FHCS. Well, that's actually not the case. One of these should be wafer heads. I don't know which one. So I've been labeling everything. Like, it took me, I was labeling these quite literally this morning. So talking about, you know, just in the nick of time. But I labeled them all FHCS, but it looks like I ordered all silver for the wafer heads and all black for the flatheads. So I'm just sort of separating them by that. So if it's silver, it's a wafer head. If it's black, it's a flathead. And then, yeah, that's basically it. And then I've also got silvers that are socket heads. So I did frantically try to throw the hardware and things this morning and label them. I thought that I had already done this, and I was shocked this morning when preparing for the stream to discover I only thought that I had done it, and I hadn't actually done it. So, yeah. Hey, Luke. Hey, I've got rocking your shirt, man. So yeah, we will see how well things go. I know that one of my biggest issues with self-sourced things has been hardware management. So hopefully by having these labels, it will help quite a bit. We'll be building a Rat Rig 4. That is the plan. I believe that they are going to be sending a 300mm kit, so I don't exactly know when. The new Core V4 looks sick. It does look awesome. I was surprised when I found out Rat Rig were Portuguese. I knew that they were Portuguese. That I did know for a long time. I've been to Portugal once when I was, I think 13 on vacation to visit family, and fell in love with Portugal. So when I found out that like someone mentioned it probably a couple years ago, and I never forgot that because I was like, oh, Portugal, I love Portugal. I like how I built a printer with an upgrade path. I agree, super cool. Hey Thomas, I love the BQ microprobe. Sweet, that is good to hear. So let's get right into it. I did look briefly this morning at the first few steps. So this has the schematic of the rail size you'll need, as well as where to drill holes. I mean, you can maybe save some money. You probably could save some money if you just sourced these rails off of Ali and did the cutting yourself. I did cut the motor shafts as mentioned, but I just felt like if I can eliminate some of the variables, also to support Voxolite, I purchased directly from their website, which is linked in the description. So yeah, rails, drilling guides, extrusion reference, and then the lead screw, which I believe I bought. Yeah, I bought a 250 and cut it down to 225. My cut is not quite 225. I think I measured it like 226.5, but the lead screw specifically, the extra length doesn't actually affect anything. It's purely a cosmetic thing, so having an extra 1.5 millimeters won't be an issue. And then the motors, yeah, so 2 of them need to be cut down to 11.5 millimeters, the motor shaft, and then 1 at 12. I did do myself the solid of... where are we, motors? I think my motors are cut down to about 1/3 of a millimeter deviation in each direction, but there's only so much I could do with a hacksaw, and I was filing, but I gave up on filing after a while. Maurice, thank you very much for 9 months. Good evening. We'll do Hadouken for you as well. A side view. So, yeah, so don't let me forget that when we get to the motors that the one that is longer, I left a handy dandy Sharpie mark on it. So that signifies that it's the one that's supposed to be longer. In actuality, it's not so much longer than the other ones because, again, hacksaw. But I did my best to take the file and file off some of the rough edges, so hopefully the motor pulleys will slide on nicely, which I think is really the key thing. GPs, was that GPs? I think it was. Yeah, GPs, thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships and the 8 months. We'll do... I need more sound effects. We'll do pizza. It's pizza time for GPs. Cheers, thank you. All right. Standard desktop, there we go. Okay, so also there's a list of things I was given that are sometimes like the pain points. A few of them are regarding threads, a few of them are regarding electrical. So definitely when we get to electrical, someone try to remind me to stop and think about things I should be double checking. Like I need to cut pins on one of the PCBs to avoid shorting something out. Also, I was told that once you get the Pico in, it's like really difficult to access it for flashing. So I need to flash the Pico before I install it. So someone please remind me to do that. The guide actually starts with setting up the software, but I really want to get into the hardware because we've seen me flashing Clipper a handful of times. So the extruder is the first thing we're building, and I'm pretty excited. It uses, I believe they're called Hummingbird gears, which are sort of similar. I believe they're like clone LGX gears, if I'm not mistaken. Someone might be able to correct me on that, but I'm pretty excited because I've always used Bontic gears, which I like, but I am looking forward to seeing how this extruder performs. Hey, Maker. Well, Maker Viking. Hey, Maker Viking. HGX. So this is the kit. I think it was from, was it Triangle Labs? It doesn't look like it was from Triangle Labs, this particular one. Do you need to use any printed parts? If so, does it need to be ABS or is PLA good enough? Yeah, there's a lot of printed parts for this kit. I believe their recommendation was ABS. I would highly recommend going with ABS for printer builds, ABS or ASA. These are glass-filled ABS. So I especially with electronics being encased like in the machine as well. Let me see if it shows. One second here. I think it's in the BOM. Desktop. Nope, that's not what I want. Yeah, can use any brand of ABS or ASA. You can't see this, but it does say that. Filament, there you go. Filament, ABS or ASA. So yeah, that's what they're saying, and that's what I recommend using as well. Okay, let's start building this extruder. Also, if you haven't smacked the like button, let's see if we can get you 100 likes. I'm gonna do a better job this week of mentioning it. Okay, so first things first, we will insert a few of these heat inserts. I don't think it has all the heat inserts listed out, so I should probably just run through it and do all of them, but I kind of want to get going, so we will just do them as they come. Zombie hummingbird is an extruder designed by H2 and uses generic H extruders. Maybe this isn't the is this the hummingbird then, Zombie? Because I feel like you would know. I feel like you would know better. I think in the BOM, what does it say in the BOM? If you go into extruder parts, hummingbird extruder kit. So maybe it's not. Maybe we're not using the hummingbird, but it's using the hardware for hummingbird. I'm not entirely sure. I don't want to say definitively one way or another because I'm not positive. Good to use our stealth press. Oh. I just realized I'm groaning. Sorry. I kept all the parts for the playground in the garage, and so it was a lot of trips back and forth. So I'm feeling it. I'm very feeling it. So we need a heat insert. Let's turn this on. I think I need to press, I believe it's this bottom. There we go. And it's gonna be so one of these inserts is going right here. It feels weird building a printer. Like I know that's what we do, but it's been a little bit. Beautiful. And then the other one is going in on the side, it looks like. So right here. I hope this will go in. It looks a little long for that cavity, but I guess worst case scenario, I'll push it in. It has to be right. Or I guess it doesn't have to be right. Nothing has to be. It's also at an angle, it's a little awkward. It's right about there. I think I'm gonna give it a little oomph. That seems about right. I'll push it in. Hopefully that'll work. It's a little, it's like a hair above the edge there, but it's so minimal. I don't think it's gonna have an effect on anything. Join the club with my joint hypermobility. That's how I feel all the time without painkillers. Oh, that's awful. Sorry to hear that, Dark. What I find annoying, ASA doesn't have as many options color-wise in my region. Oh, that's fair. It's getting way better though. I mean, I remember when I first discovered ASA and was like, I love it. This is it. But there was like black, gray, blue, red. Like it was just like the standard colors. It's expanding a lot. Hey, Liz is here. Happy Tuesday. But it's that's my day. That's funny. Yesterday, Tuesdays are like meetings at Lightburn that we have usually. We have like a bi-weekly company or team meeting. And I hopped in there and said, Happy Wednesday, everybody. And it only took me a second to realize that I was off. It was not Wednesday. Hi. You're gonna take off? Okay. Do you guys want to see Jack real quick? They're gonna go to the store, but he's here and he's happy. He's always happy. Let me move the iron out of the way. They're gonna go get some food. All right, there you go. You gonna say hi too? Here you are. Can you say hi?
Me?
You're on camera.
Oh.
We're building an upside down printer, Bubby. Can you believe that? Upside down. Yeah, it's just, well, also all the parts are self-sourced, and like I've gotten so used to building kind of like boron printers, so it's a little different. You gonna go to the store and get some food? You gonna get some food? Wish me luck, dude. You see the microphone? He says, I like that. Huh? Is that the microphone? Huh? Is that the microphone on me? I was just talking about your playground, dude. It nearly killed me. Huh? It nearly killed me. Alright, you wish me luck, okay?
Bye-bye, Dad. Love you.
Love you, kiddo. Be good for Mama, okay?
Love you.
Wish me luck. Alright. He says, printers everywhere. Turn there on. It's set to 72, so it should be good now, but if it climbs, it'll... You drop it, or? Okay.
Oh,
Bud.
kiss.
Love you. I love you. Aw. Sad boy. He's sad boy. He wants to build a printer. He is almost 1 year, 2 months. He turns 1 year, 2 months on the 5th, so he's just about there. He's getting so close to walking now. The last probably, how long do you think he's been standing for? Like months, 4 months or so? A long time. But he's never wanted to let go of things. And the last, I would say, 2-3 weeks maybe, he's now letting go of stuff. Like, it started with he wanted to clap, but he had to hold on to something so he couldn't clap, and he let go really quick and clap, and then he's like, oh, I'm not grabbing anything. But now he's getting more and more comfortable letting go of things. So I'm working on sort of trying to get him to walk a little bit, huh? Huh, buddies? Yeah, so. Mr. Minden says takes after mom. Yours was born a couple of months before mine. Okay, so you've got, how old's your kiddo? Is Jack a Voron or Bamboo guy? Oof. he doesn't take sides. He likes all the printers, as long as they make all the parts. Yeah. Yeah, we won't make him pick sides. Okay, let's get back to the build. Good luck with the shopping. You said just a couple things, right? Okay. A pebble? Oh, jeez. All right. 9 months, okay. Mine, Boron. ASA versus ABS class for Borons. All of them are gonna be fine. Honestly, like, I don't think you'll see any real difference. I know, so some people say that ASA smells a lot less than ABS. I beg to differ. I think it depends on the brand, on the color, a lot of different factors. I like ASA. I do feel like ASA maybe warps a little bit less than it is. It does have like UV resistant properties about it, which is nice, but you probably aren't gonna have your printer outside a whole lot unless you are. So I don't know. I would just go with whatever of the three you can get that is something you'll be happy with. Honestly, one of the biggest reasons I like glass or carbon fiber for builds is less about the actual mechanical properties of it and more about the aesthetic. It looks really nice. It blends the layer lines and gives the parts a really rugged look. So I like that a lot about them. I don't agree that ASA, yeah, I don't think it does either. The base, if people feel that way, then I'm fine with that. I don't really care to argue the point, but I just know that I've printed with ABSs that have like little to no odor, and I printed with ASAs that smell awful and vice versa. So, okay, so we're gonna insert bearings into the bearing spot. So we'll just press these in. I don't know, I feel like I probably need to bottom this out a bit. I think I usually just use the Allen key. Can you guys hear the AC on or no? It's pretty loud up here. I just want to make sure that the noise isolation's doing a good enough job to not... There we go. That went in nice and flush. And then the other one is going... Out of all my filaments, the Positron ASA has been amazing. Yeah, Positron makes good filament. I mean, there's no... Polymaker makes great filament. There's no denying there's other filament companies out there that also make really good filament. Okay, and then the other bearing is going into this little cavity right here. So let's just see if I can line it up with my thumb. That went in really easy. I don't know. That does not seem fully seated. Let's see if I press a little bit more. Okay, that's fully seated. Sweet. So one bearing right there, and the other bearing right there. Hey, Dutch. Hey there, Mudbot, and all the peeps, but late to the stream, but stoked to see this. You're right on time. We're 34 minutes in. All I've done is talk about playgrounds and show off Jackson. So as far as the build goes, we haven't done very much. Okay, insert back plate. Okay, insert back plate. So it looks like we want this bearing to go I think we need to put some lube on the little bearing and the tiny little smooth rod that's going into those big bearings. So this one we should be fine with. This one is similar, so put the back of this like this, and it should just sit right here, I think. The bearing popped out, which is not good. It feels like it sits fairly snug, so let's see. Am I goofing? I don't think I'm goofing. Okay, there we go. So just kind of press the two into each other. I don't think it's just gonna fall out on it when you're feeding it in. So that seems like it's fine now. Hey AP, what other brands of AS and ABS would y'all recommend? I haven't used it, but I know that Zombie has said really good things about Ambrosia. I've also heard good things about Sparta. I think they're out of Canada. I don't actually know if they have resellers in the States. Well, yeah, Polymaker is by far the main one I've used, especially now that they have a Galaxy line. I love the Galaxy line. Each extruder gear has a bearing that must be inserted into them before the shaft. So, yeah, I think what we'll do is... Is there only one? No. Okay, so we've got two of these little posts and two of these little bearings, which are similar, I mean, near identical to what's on the LGX. Nope. BMG. And so I am going to... I don't have gloves up here, which sucks because I'm going to get grease on my hands, but whatever. So I'm just going to put a little bit on here. Tiny, tiny glob. And then place this on here. We'll do the same for the other one, just sort of Ambrosia is great if you're buying in the US. Yeah, I've heard, I don't know, were they selling Ambrosia at Rocky Mountain? Because I'm sad I didn't pick up a spool of it if they were. I haven't used it, but I know that Mandic really, Alan over there, has recently used Cookie Cad's ABS/ASA, and I wanted to get a spool of that, but I waited till the second day of Rocky Mountain, and they were completely sold out, which was on me. I should have probably prioritized it. How much filament was needed for the printed parts? Not a lot. Not a lot at all. Well under a kilogram. I would say. I think I took the GD Q1 Pro down to the garage, which still has the spool in the back of it. If I had to guess, I'm gonna say roughly half a kilogram, but it might be under that. It might be under that. So yeah, not a lot. Definitely not a lot of filament. The parts that use the most are basically like the plates, which depending on, you can actually cut these out of acrylic if you want, which I probably should have considering I have a laser. Maybe I'll build it with it for now, and then later on swap it out for some clear acrylic or some colored acrylic. But yeah, those parts, and then these parts were the sort of big parts. Everything else is really small. Hey, Alan, you are fashionably late, right on time. I don't know if I put enough grease on this. That's probably plenty. Yeah. Okay, so we got those, and then it wants us to insert one of these into here. And then we are going with the teeth. So teeth facing down, and this post goes into, it looks like this little peg right here, maybe. Yeah, it seems to be spinning the gears together. I don't know if I need to press in a little bit more. I'm not gonna apply additional force right now. I'm saying it as I'm, there we go. It did need it. Okay, I lied. I'm gonna push this in just a hair. Okay, that seems like we're in now. Both gears are spinning. That's what we want to see. half a kilogram, very impressive for, yeah, it's, I might be wrong. I don't think I'm wrong. I remember being really, because I reprinted a few parts. There was a couple parts when I was messing around with the Q1 Pro where I was having some, Orca Slicer was doing some weird stuff with thin walls. And so I had to reprint them using Crucia Slicer, a couple of them. And so yeah, I used even more filament than someone would use if you didn't have those issues. Okay, so we've got that. Next we need the little arm, which is this guy. This. And we are going to insert the gear with the metal facing towards this direction. And then, oh, I guess it wants us to put, we'll just put the post through it. Like that. Center it on here. And there should be a snap fit, I believe. Holy cow. Oh my God. It is very much so snap fit. God. Okay. that is not going anywhere. Okay, cool. Free spinning. That feels good. Sweeham, thank you for 10 months. Let's see, what do we got for you? We got pizza time. I'm printing Cookie Cat ABS right now. I bought 2 spools. Oh gosh, I know. I don't know why I didn't think that they would sell out. You know, especially with it being like a new launch and them having crazy cool colors. Cookie Cat prints good, but their line is very limited since they just, yeah, I think they have like two colors, right? Just pre-ordered the LDO kit. Nice. I think we're going to be building one of those kits as well, which will be a fun comparison of this, like, and the differences and self-sourcing versus what their kit offers. Do you think the Pet G would be okay for printing the riser? Wait, do you think Pet G would be okay for printing the riser for the Q1 Pro? Or should I definitely use ABS? I don't know what riser you're referencing. Has anyone ever put a dragon burner on a bed slinger? So single belted MGN 12H where the belt runs over the front part of the gantry. I don't know the answer to that. Oh, a riser for the top lid. I get what you're saying. I would opt for ABS. I mean, PETG is probably going to be okay because I would imagine you're only going to be using that riser when you're printing with something like PLA. And so the heat escaping from there shouldn't be an issue for PETG. You're probably okay with PETG. Yeah, I think people have been using PETG for risers on other printers. Hey Red Sky, morning all, glad you're back at it this week. Me too. I'm very excited. You guys get so many good filament suppliers. Sorry GPs. It's in stock. Yeah, that's what they told me when I went up to them at Rocky Mountain. They're like, go get it on our website. And I said, yeah, I wanted to bring it back in my carry-on. I only get a bunch of small shops, some that resell Polymaker stuff. All right, so we did that. So now we are going to attach these two. So it looks like we are going to take this and looks like it goes, well, there's the, oh, that's right. Yeah, they have the little triangle and the triangle there. So they just, you align triangles. Maybe. Yeah, it's a little tight. I think it's specifically the post that this one's on. Hopefully once we just get some screws into here, it'll kind of hold it all in place. That seems to be the main issue right now, is just the because when I clamp that down, it doesn't spin nearly as freely as I would like. Wondering if I should ream these holes out. Where is APF? There we go. Ooh, I bumped into my other table. Okay. So 3 mil, that's what I thought. I think I've got a set of reamers here, so I can just use this really quickly if I have the 3mm one. This is probably 4. Yeah, it's 4. 5. This is 3, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna just use this here to try to clear this out a hair. Because this doesn't need to hold it tight. It just needs to hold it in place. Had similar issue. Make sure the filament path guide isn't grinding. Make sure that the filament path guide isn't grinding on the gear teeth. Okay. I will check that as soon as I clear this out. And then I'm gonna do this one too. So this one I'd kind of forced in. This one feels a bit better, but we'll see. Okay. Let's see how that does now. So, here we go. Where did the... Oh, there's this. Okay, the bearing's still inside of it. And this needs to go, we said metal up on this side. Okay, that went in way easier. And then let's match triangles. No. So at this point, it can't be the post. So what is causing... You said make sure it's not rubbing. Gotcha. So it is, I can definitely feel the gear teeth right here on this. As I turn it, each click, I can feel it rubbing on that. So that's probably what's causing our issue. Yeah, that goes nicely in there, so it's definitely not that. I wonder if the pin is just a hair long. Could be that. I'm curious. Gotta get filed down with a needle file. Yeah, this looks perfect, this pin. Okay, so you're saying I need to file this guy down. Yeah, so it's on this side. That's definitely what it is. That's absolutely what it's catching on. So this, let me see how far down do I need to file. This is actually also the part that had the weird, there's a hole, I don't know how you can see it. Probably a small initial run Hey, Collie. The main pinion on Kobe is slightly longer. Ran into CAD problem. Oh, interesting. These are not genuine Bondtech gears now. They were ordered from the link in the BOM. I'm curious if I printed out a second one of these though as well, because I was having. It doesn't look like it did. I don't think it'll have much effect on it, but there's a hole. You can see it if I zoom. The hole right there. No, you can't really see that. Come on. Right here where this hole is, if you look on this wall, there's basically a gap that's not supposed to be there. That was from the slicer doing weird stuff, but it doesn't look like it would actually affect anything. But I'm curious. I don't mind filing this part down, but if the issue is not that and it's the actual shaft of this being too long. Did you use Arachne? I think I tried both, Zombie. It didn't matter. I tried both Arachne and Classic, and I could see in preview it was still having issues. And then I switched over to Prusa Slicer, and it was gone. Okay, so it's the top part of this that needs to get filed down. I almost feel like sandpaper might be the better option for this. Just because it's curved, I don't know that the file's gonna work that well. I'm gonna go grab some sandpaper. I'm not gonna use a Dremel. It doesn't need that much. And with a Dremel, I worry that I would go too aggressive. I also don't know if I have the sanding wheel. Let me grab some, I'm gonna run down to the garage really quick. I think I know where I have some sandpaper. If the post is too long, then we might just have to move beyond the extruder. And I'll have to return to that. Let's see, we got some 400 grit. Where the heck's the rest of my sandpaper? There we go. What is this? 400, why do I only own 400 grit sandpaper? Yeah, something a little more aggressive. What is this? 80 grit, there we go. Let's get both of these. Okay. Hey, Hybrid. Thanks for becoming a member. You could be using the wrong shaft length. The kit should have the wrong shaft length. So you're thinking swap. These two looked identical to me. So the kit came with two short ones, which I believe are identical. I can measure them right now. And then it came with one long one. And I definitely not, that one I would not have had issues with. Where the heck did I put the... Here it is. Get a set of model builder files, like great for delicate jobs. I think that's probably what I have. The little metal files that I... Hold on, let me just really quickly check this. So this one's right at 16 millimeter, 15.9. And this one is, I mean, this one's saying, I mean, they're the same. Like they're not machined that well. This one says 16.05 or 16.06. So we're talking a fraction of a millimeter. Well, this one is coming in at 15.91. The main drive gear that's too long. That's a bummer. Okay. So what's the solution then? Throw it in a drill chuck and file it down? The metal, oh, the metal tooth, wait. It's the main drive gear that's too long. It won't allow the housing to close. You're saying it's the actual gear itself? This guy? Yeah, this is the self-sourcing moment. No, this is self-sourced. They don't have a complete kit. But this was the link in the bomb. I ordered they have a CNC parts kit, which I got. I ordered the linear rails and the bed from them, and then everything else was sourced through the bomb. Sure. So one of the issues is definitely this printed part needs to be sanded a little bit. This opening for the teeth. If I go like this, 1 second. So I think it was metal down on this side. Yeah. So when I rotate this, it's rubbing on the plastic. I can feel it. Basically every tooth it scrapes. So that's one thing, but that shouldn't really, I don't see that being the issue with it not with the two sides not mating together. That could be what someone just mentioned, which is an issue with the post. So if I go like this, it doesn't want to close, and the parts should not be warped. I mean, they were printed on the Q1 Pro, which had great adhesion in the heated chamber, and when I squeeze them, like let's say I just squeeze them together, it's applying, I can feel it applying too much pressure on I think you're right. That will ground down clearance over time. Gotcha. You're saying don't worry about filing that then? But the main issue, yeah, it should snap together, but if you just add the bolts, it should hold together just fine. It does feel like it's loosening the whole thing. Okay, let me tighten this. Let's tighten this together. Because it feels like it's getting a little better. So let me I don't know. Let's see, let's see if I remove oh, that is without it. Derp. So yeah, that's closing up nicely. What would Steve do? Yeah, so that does close much nicer. And then I shove this motor in here, or not this motor, this gear, which goes in, I believe, like that, right? Is what we said. And then I turn this. Yeah, and then it just doesn't want to close anymore. The weird thing is, to me though, the weird thing is that it doesn't look like it's bottoming out. Like this gear, it looks like it can be moving towards that direction. So I'm gonna tighten it. If this is the wrong hardware and it's not gonna work, and I got nothing to lose and just clamping it down. But let's get it all tightened up and see how it does, how it spins. Let's see. It says M312 button head, which maybe is. Because I don't think I sourced that, so maybe this is M312. No. It's M38. I don't think I sourced any button heads for this build. M312. Let's see if I've got them here. M312. I got socket heads. I got M310s. I don't know if that was in the bomb. M314s, M316s. Yeah, I don't think M312s was in the bomb. At least not button head. Should be the button head that came with the kit. Can always switch it out for something. Okay. We'll try it. It's an M38, not an M312, but we'll give it a go. I don't think that's gonna bite at all. Hey, Phil.
It does. It does. And we're still spinning freely, so let's see what happens when we get the other side in.
I think that could definitely be a slightly longer screw though. I've got, let me see here. I got M310s.
Yeah, so I'm gonna use an M310 there. Just to give it a little bit more to thread onto. M38 does seem like it'll work. You at least can get a couple teeth in, which is good. I don't know if that's just I don't know if the guide has got the wrong size or if it's something else, but
I use clippers.
Let's see. Cool.
So that's good. Then it says, insert the NEMA motor to the other side. So we want, let me see if it shows, does orientation matter? I guess we'd want the plug. Does it matter? I don't see it modeled in. Maybe it doesn't matter since this tears down, the Z breaks down. I don't know.
so motor's either going like this, with our wires going this way, or it's going like this, with our wires going
Towards where it's mounting.
I think towards where it's mounting would look cleaner. I just want to make sure there's going to be clearance for it. Because having it out here means it's going to be sticking out. I think we'll go like this and hope that's right.
Okay. Next we need the M38 that it came with. It looks like in the kit.
We'll flip it around like this.
And it's going in the top right. I hate to be the guy who brings this up, but in this pace, how many streams going to take to build this printer?
I have no idea. The goal was 2. I think that I'm crazy to think that it's going to be 2, but I don't know. It really depends on how many hiccups we do or don't run into. Yeah, I'm not convinced that this is going to work.
It just doesn't feel right.
No, it might.
I'm still not convinced. I'll be curious. We'll see. Once we get this all built, if we have extrusion issues, I can't say I'll be surprised. But hopefully we don't. Okay, so we've got M38 in. Now we're taking the arm in.
So arm is going on this side. It's going in like this.
And then we're taking the
Final shaft.
and pushing that through
from the motor side. And of course, that's right where the cable is the way I oriented it. Okay, so now I'm thinking that the motor needs to come, or this needs to go in from the other side because that's blocking our path and I don't want to put too much strain on the motor. So Let's flip the motor. There we go. Okay. Now we are shoving this back in there. And from the motor side, we are pushing this through. I feel like we might need the reamer again. Yeah, we need the reamer. Is it putty runs? Flip the motor. Try to get Wi-Fi. Okay. Something else. Hopefully this is just a rough start. Is the extruder sort of a Bondtech? Yeah. It's using the same gear set. I can't even like grip this thing. See if I use this, it'll help. We're getting there. Sorry if I missed it, but did you source? Sort of. So there is a CNC parts kit, which Voxolite did provide. And then I bought the bed and I bought the rails directly from them. And then everything else was self-sourced. There's not a full kit. So I basically just used the BOM on the GitHub. And I want to say most everything else came from AliExpress. We gotta be getting close to breaking through this part. I'm not gonna do anything on the other side because I do want there to be a little bit of, there we go, a little bit of hold. Okay, so that's like that. It goes right through there. And hopefully the other side has enough to keep it in. Feels like this needs to get pressed. Hey Aaron. I'll leave a Positron printers open in a few hours. I think I need to press this a little bit so I can get it to bite into the plastic part on the bottom. So it is not, or maybe it doesn't. Maybe it just loosely. I just feel like it's way too easy to back out if it's not. Thanks for advice on TP flow rates. I was able to double the flow rate. Nice, that's awesome. Yeah, a lot of times they just have a super safe value because they don't know if someone's using a really old printer or what the deal is. Well, that seems like it's in there. I just don't like that this pin's not perfectly flush. But as long as it can't back out, it's probably not an issue. Yeah, I think it needs to go on further. I seriously do. I think it needs to go on further, but do I fight that fight right now or do I wait till later? I'll wait till later. That's something I can adjust later on, if need be. Okay, pin is in. Last thing is an M320 socket head. Those we did source. And that is going through this opening right here. Use the pliers to push in. I only have the small pliers. I've got the big ones are somewhere on the garage, so I will take a stab at that later.
It is such a tight, it's such a tight turn. K2 Kevin, and she's, is that a rebranded motor, or does Fisek make their own motors now too?
I have no idea. It was purchased through the bomb, through AliExpress, through Fisek, but I don't know. I know that I don't know. That's a great question, because I'm trying to think. The Sherpa Micro or Sherpa Mini CNC version that I got was a Fisek one. I'm pretty sure that came with a Moons motor, so I wonder if they're white labeling Moons motors or if they're doing their own thing. Yeah, this is not gonna work without it really loosening up. I didn't see. Was there anywhere I could mesh this differently? It doesn't look like it. It looks like it just kind of fits in. Hey, Pedro. Yeah, maybe if I just keep moving it, I don't know. All right, M3 thumb screw, spring and washer on this side. Yellow. Yeah, I haven't had bad time with Moons motors. I think Moons makes pretty solid steppers. So if they are Moons, then I don't really have any complaints. Okay. I'm hoping it just loosens up with time. It already feels like from working it in like this that it's getting a little bit better. Extruders always is difficult to build. Extruders are pretty tedious. Like, I think that when you're using a printed parts for an extruder, you really want to spend the time to make sure it's working well and there's no binding happening. So yeah, I mean, yes and no, I suppose. Yeah, this is feeling much better. It's one of those things, right, where if like you build the whole printer and you neglect the extruder part of it, like you might have a nice motion system, but if your extruder is all jacked up, it doesn't really matter because your parts are gonna look awful. So I'm definitely spending more time on this because I want to make sure it's in at least a decent place. Now that it's all tightened up, I don't feel so bad about it. The only thing I'm really still sort of scratching my head on is this pin down here. I think that if I use the bigger pliers later and I'm able to pop it through, that this little bit here will hold it in place enough. I worry that with enough printing it could back itself out. Right now it's really not held in place well. So yeah, we'll leave this for now. We'll call the extruder basically good. And then we'll put the little PTFE, little retention guy up top. Like so. I won't go too tight because these are just printed threads. Okay, I think it's probably plenty. So there it is. It doesn't look bad. It's a definitely a cool looking little extruder. I'll give it that. I seriously need one of those pliers. The the Knipex. Yeah, they're super pricey. They were a gift from Steve at Steve Builds, but I like having used them now. If I ever lost them, I would buy them again in a heartbeat. They're really awesome. Yeah, I don't see any rubbing happening on this end of the motor, and then on the metal side too, it looks like I've got a slight gap, so shouldn't be any issue with that. I think it's really just where those teeth were touching that bit of extruder, but hopefully it'll just wear itself in. Okay, is it on Amazon? Yeah, they are on Amazon. Yep. I get my Gulf Crow's K1 bed tomorrow. Oh, nice. Can't wait for my first layer woes to go away. Hopefully the probe doesn't wind up being an issue. What probe are you using on it? All right, so now we're moving on to these D-axis assembly. So let's do, we're gonna have to grease up the rail too at some point here. All right, so we've got printed part. This is about as far as I prepped us taking things out. So let's press this in. That sounded like it split. It totally did. Great. Let's see if I can get this in without splitting the whole damn part. Temu has really good Knipex copies that are dirt cheap. I've never heard good things about Temu. Well, other than that, they like, kind of like a pretty sketchy website. Okay, that went in. I think I was able to save that part from fully cracking, but I'm gonna have to be careful. Glass ASA is pretty brittle. Okay. M412, M412. I have these marked as M410s, but they must be M412s because that's what this is. Temu is the new Wish. That's funny. I don't think I've ever ordered from Wish. I've definitely, when there was all the YouTube videos going out, I absolutely looked on the website and was like, some of these things are so inexpensive that like I'm tempted to just roll the dice and see what shows up, but I never did. All right. These are really small M4 nuts. Are they the only M4 nuts I've ordered? Yeah, it sure seems like it. Do not fully fasten. Okay. So we will let's do one at a time. Come on, buddy. There we go. Okay, so it says not to fully fasten these nuts. So just gonna leave it like that, and then we'll put the other one through and do the same thing on the other side. It's not, there we go. Okay. All right, so we've got the bolts and the nuts loosely in there. Genuine Knipex are worth it. Will last several lifetimes. Yeah, it's one of those things where I guess like everyone's got to do what's right for them, but definitely with some tools, I don't mind paying the price for them because I just see the value in them and how much I use them. I've used the Knipex pliers so much, and I've only had them for probably 6 or 7 months now. I did not fully fasten. Oh, I'm not gonna say it again, Sweet. I know what you're doing. Okay, so let's quickly take this block off.
I don't think I'll do all. I'll start off with a Z-rail, and then when we do the X and Y, I'll do those at the same time too. But for right now, I'm just going to slide the bearing block off. Let's move this out here. Like so. I'll wipe down any of the grease that's on here from the factory. We'll just go real quick about this. Okay, let me get my little tweezers out so we can move the little ball bearings. And we'll go. Yeah, this is this is a thick rail. The Z-axis is a lot, like holding a lot of this machine's rigidity together, so it has to be pretty beefy. The other ones are substantially smaller. But yeah, it's a monster. This is a monster rail. Okay, so I've just put some grease on the bearings, the ball bearings, and I'm now going to use these little tweezers to feed them. Feed the bearings back inside of the housing to make the other ones pop out, and then we'll re-grease, put it back on the rail, call it good. These balls are bigger, so I don't have to be quite so careful and worried about them popping out, which is something I'm personally a big fan of. Okay. Okay. All right. Delilah, that's your mom. Okay. Use that small thumb. No, I don't even have to, I don't think, with this. I'm just going to go slow. Or maybe I do need to use my thumb still. I can't actually see, which is part of the issue, because the grease is in the way. No, we're good. We didn't lose any balls. All right. They can pop out. Yeah. I've definitely had them pop out once sliding the rail back in, but I was careful with this one. We did not lose any balls. For the smaller ones, I'll probably use my thumb. To celebrate being 8-month-old, my son gave us all the, oh no. I'm sorry to hear that. I've talked to a few other parents, and they basically said, like, putting your kid in childcare is like a great way to just get sickness everywhere. So it's made me even more paranoid about eventually having him. Hi, bud. What are you looking for? Okay, 1 second. I'll be right back.
This is the way.
And we're back. Sorry, folks. Daycare bugs mean they don't have as much downtime at school from the bugs. Just spent 30 minutes reclaiming heat sets. Oh man. Hey, nice. Thank you for the 2 euros. Hey there, made it to the stream, yay. Just in time to watch us put the rail back together. So, we greased the Z-rail. Should be good enough. Let's put these back in so I don't accidentally drop the block off. Zombie, thank you for the banana. Alrighty, let's go here. So we need M3/8 sockets. It looks like every other hole. M3/8s. And then T-nuts, which are gonna be here. What was the BOM cost for this? I have to double check, but if I remember correctly, I want to say on AliExpress it was roughly 300 to 400 for all the hardware. I mean, it's a lot of extra hardware, right? Like a lot of the AliExpress sellers only let you buy things in like 50 quantities, so I'll have enough screws to build another one, basically. And then I paid 100 for the bed, I believe, roughly, but it's a special bed. The ones on their website are 50. So for me, that would have been 400 plus the rails, I think were like 80, 95. So I want to say I paid roughly 5. Had I also done the CNC parts kit, it would be a lot closer to 6-ish, 6-ish roughly. You have enough screw? Yeah, exactly. Plus, I always feel like I own a ton of screws, but when I need them for things, I don't know where they are, so I'm never upset to have extras. They'll end up going in the little Gridfinity hardware drawer that I've been working on. Okay, do not fully fasten them. Great. So now we're going to slide it onto the Z-axis assembly. I just want to make sure I slide it on the correct way. Okay, so I believe that this large hole here, which is where the thumb screw is going to go, aligns with this. That makes sense to me. PF, thank you very much for the 10 memberships, man. Cheers. Let's see, what do we got for PF? We got, I wonder what's for dinner. And then we've got a cheers as well. Thank you, PF. Looks like Nate, Samuel, you've been thumped, Bob Carnes, Big Tony, Kittrell, and then a handful more that I didn't see all got members. Thank you, PF. I need to sort of keep grabbing from kits, but on disassemble or upgrade, the used screws go into a tray. Yeah, I get it. It takes a lot of time. Hold on, Aaron's, let me see.
just because, upside down face.
Are we back? Are we back? No! I don't know what all I said. Sorry. Oh, no. Sorry about that. I thought I hit unmute. We're going to hold out a little bit longer on the giveaway, Phil, just because we started earlier. Okay, so we are going to, basically what I was checking in CAD, was to confirm that this opening here aligns with this big opening here on the rail, which is the case. That's where the thumb screw is going to go through when we attach everything together. So all we're going to do is attempt to slide this. It's probably going to be easiest if we try to slide it like this, maybe. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Nope. There we go. And there we go. Okay, so we are not tightening anything. We're keeping it all loose for now. I pulled the near, yeah. Sorry about that. Intense focus mode, not worried about sound. Yeah, I was talking the whole dang time too. I said thank you, Maurice, I hope you heard. I said thanks to Maurice. I also played sound effects. I was yapping about other stuff. Okay, it says don't fully tighten bolts. Proper alignment of the rail and extrusion will come in the next few steps. The hole at the end of the extrusion is a thumb screw. This is the mounting point. Cool, which we are aware of. So that means the rail is going to be partially hanging off of the... It looks like the rail is going to be hanging partially off of this extrusion then, because if that hole lines up with that, then that's how much we've got some of the rail sticking off the bottom. So, oh, it's interesting. Oh yeah, you can see it. You can see it right here. So there's no issue. That is the way it's designed. Okay, so Z-axis alignment. Align the top Z-axis with the rail and the extrusion. So flip this. Top is the side without the hole. Yeah. Right. Sick way of having chat engagement. I wish that was the reason why. How do I get in the giveaway? Giveaway's gonna open in 25 minutes. I'm gonna open it a little bit later today. Well, it's technically early still, but a little bit later because we streamed later. Okay, so for alignment, all we're doing is sliding this rail, it looks like, into this printed part, over these nuts. Damn it, can't say it now without giggling. This one needs to be a little bit looser. At least it seems like it does. There we go. That's kind of neat. So this helps position it. You push, oh man, you guys can't see that. Let me turn this around so you can see. So the extrusion gets pushed into this part, which basically centers it. And then as far as distance goes, you just push the rail up until it touches this part of the printed piece, and that holds it into that place. Now the Z-axis properly fasten all the bolts. The only thing I'm not certain about is we didn't center.
There's nothing to center this on this extrusion. So we're going to be kind of eyeballing that, which is not how I normally do things. I guess because it's a single, because the bed is only attached at one point, it might not matter if it's perfect. Although the lead screw,
Dan sounds a lot like the Lightburn guy.
we are one and the same. Okay, I'm just gonna do my best then. There's no alignment jig for centering the rail on this extrusion, and you can see it does have some wobble, so I don't know.
There's no, they didn't have I didn't see any alignment tool.
Did I screw up somehow? I'm happy to
say it was a me thing. Let's see. Nope, that's not what I wanted. STL files, main parts, micro probe, Z-axis, edge connector, pico bracket, micro probe, JourneyMaker, spool holder, main parts, belt tensioner, raising clamp, side spacer, tool head, spacer? No, it's literally a spacer. Z-axis mount, I don't think there's anything.
Ah, that's a good idea. That is a good idea. The thumb screw has to go through
Both of these evenly. That is a great point. If I shove the thumb screw, let's see.
So thumb screw is going through here and then going through there. There's still a tiny bit of wobble. Well, there's still wobble. Also, that's weird, man. With the thumb screw in place, it doesn't actually go up as high as you want it to. So the instructions say this should basically back up against this, but if I have the thumb screw in place, that cannot happen. Let me move the thumb screw and slide this. Yeah, so I would think it's more important to align it to the thumb screw. I would think it's more important to align to the thumb screw because that has to align. Well, the top one seems like it's more left to right alignment.
Yeah, I don't want the thumb screw angled, so model and alignment tool real quick seems like an oversight. Yeah, I mean, we'd basically just want let's see. Pull out the stool for this really quick. You can make a jig pretty quick, break out the V0. So let's bring this back. What do I want to do? Add plane. Let's do a sketch. What did I do? Great, it's in the same view. Where? There we go. Okay, so we want to make just a construction plane. Let me move some of this out of the way really quick. Let's move the bed assembly. Nope, that's the entire printer. Fantastic. Screwdriver optional, just use tape. A skewed Z wouldn't be good. Hey, Steve. I need Steve is just the man I need. Let me move this. I'll show Steve what we're working with. Let me remove this though. No, why is the Z-axis edge connector getting rid of everything? Bed holder.
bed clamp. Things aren't in folders, which makes it a little bit more difficult to... Where is this? It says it's in here. But if I remove it, it removes everything. Thumb screw washer, Z-axis top hat, no. Z-axis, Z-carriage mount. I'm just looking for bed. Where's bed? There, glass bed. Bam, okay. Steve is here now, you need to do it good. This is Shaper 3D. So I believe that since I created this plane, I should be able to sketch off of it. And as long as I go... No, this is still... I might need to revisit this after stream. Because I basically want all this stuff out of the way so I can get a top-down view and just create a simple profile that wraps around the rail and then wraps around here that I can print out. CAD was made in Onshape so it doesn't translate the organization well. Gotcha. Yeah, I think I'll do it after then so I can take my time and basically remove all of this stuff so that way I'm just left with the extrusion profile and the linear rail and I can make the simple clip around it. So unless, God, unless I can, let's see. Maybe I can just quickly disable things. That's pretty close to what I want right there. Okay, so if I just go like this, and I go, let's create another plane, and drop it down, I think that I can do it now. Sketch, we'll just do lines. Why are we not sketching on that plane though? Sketch, there we go. Okay, so all I really want is something that's gonna go from here on the rail yeah, something like the, nope, that's not right. And then we want it to wrap around here. How much clearance am I giving that? That's probably enough for this. Basically just to go, that should be plenty. And we'll have it, what, 4 millimeters? Do 4 millimeters thick. I feel like this is plenty for all we need. Move them back or isolate them. Can you get the measurements you need with the caliper and physical parts? That probably would have been a lot easier. That probably would have been a lot easier. All right, so that's 10. We want 6 millimeters to give us our 4 millimeter gap. Yeah, this is definitely not the most efficient. I'm gonna do this, I'm sure. Okay, 4 millimeters beyond. We'll just do the same thing. Hopefully this will work. I mean, something simple. Did we go all the way to the end on that side? Yeah. Great. Beautiful. All right, that should probably work for what we need. This is where the mirror tool is handy. Yeah, that would have been a lot nicer. How long until someone creates a Positron stealth press hybrid with a shared extrusion stealth run? When are you building a door on Built-It? I don't know. I think Zombie's building one, I'm pretty sure. I think I saw that he just ordered the parts. So let's just make this. That's not what I want to do. 10 millimeters. Hold on. And then we'll add some little fillets. Oh shit, I didn't hold down shift. Ay, ay, ay. Sorry, Steve. I know it's not pretty. I know the way I designed it was rough. But hopefully it'll at least get the job done. It doesn't need to be pretty in this case. Oh my god, I didn't no. I didn't hold down the shift key again. There we go, one more time. All right, hold down shift. Hold down shift. Now let's just add a 0.5 millimeter fillet. Okay. That should be fine. Share. Export. Export. STL. Export. Hey Scott. Probably soon. I'll be order the part soon. Is there a kit or no? The question is, when are you building the quad puller? I want to see, forget STL, go through map. I'm staying with STL for right now, thank you. I'm curious to see that thing working. Like, getting the hardware working on it is impressive, yes, like just configuring it, but I'm super interested to see what it's gonna look like on the software side. It has its drawbacks, but for sure, yeah, they just added parametric modeling to it. Why are we taking so long to export? It's been in beta for quite a while. I'm just gonna plug in the why are we taking so long? I wonder if just because it's a large, the file it's exporting is really small. No kit for the Doron. Okay, only self-sourcing. Is no STL editing with Shaper 3D like you can do with Fusion 360? There is no STL editing with Shaper 3D like you can do with Fusion 360, and of course the cam aspect. Yeah, it definitely. I don't know why it's taking so long. I wonder if it's because OBS is using a bunch of resources. I'm gonna really quickly just walk over because it should have it should auto sync with my other computer. So let me see if I can pull it really quickly from here. Yeah, it doesn't have cam. Fusion's really powerful. Don't get me wrong. I just like that. I like Shaper's UI. I like the way it works. Shaper 3D. Is it still exporting? Yeah, I think it's. I don't know what the deal is. Okay, so JourneyMaker is it's updated on this computer. Yeah, it already has my part, so let's try to export it on here. Share, export, export project, export STL. This one's wigging out too. I don't, what is going on? I've exported tons of small files and projects from this, and it has never taken this long. Well, this has been a great demo of Shaper 3D. Steam is eating up all of my RAM. You could have used a Z-axis mounting block to align the rail. Z-axis mounting block to align the rail. What's Z-axis mounting block? Oh, did it work? Did it finally do it? Let me see. Let's go to Orca. I have no idea why that took so long. Unless it exported the entire printer as an STL, but it shouldn't have. Granted, I've mostly modeled from just super simple, previously unsafe items been detected. No. Let's see. Downloads. Something tells me it's exporting the whole dang thing. It has to be. That has to be it. It has to be exporting the whole printer. Ay, ay, ay. It's one of the machined parts. Yeah, it must be exporting the entire thing. Why don't I see it? Why don't I see it? Here it is. How would I... It did. Okay, now I feel... now I'm less upset that Shaper took so long. Oh my god. That's funny. Okay, so how the heck do... Let's see. Export single body from Shaper 3D. I don't usually work with a big printer assembly here. Bodies and designs so far, bodies are being saved. Okay, so export a selected body. Isolate the part you wish to export. Then here, the way it only isolates would let me share an article about isolation. I feel like we should have just moved on. Items manager. Isolate selection. Isolation mode on. All right, let's see if we can export this quickly now. STL, export, jig, Z-rail. There we go. That is what I was expecting when I... All right, let's see now. That looks way better. All right, let's do two. Do we need two of them? We don't need, let's print two of them, what the hell? We need to go to X1, device, sync, sweet. All right, and we'll just print it out in some pink PLA. We'll just do standard settings. Beautiful. 17 minutes. Fantastic. All right.
Break link to the rest of the parts. Yeah, there we go. Amazing. Alrighty, let's open up the giveaway. Let me go full screen for a second here. Let me make sure it's starting. No, we don't want to do our lead screw maintenance. Let's make sure there's nothing on the build plate from last print. We look good. All right. So let me open up the link. Shorten URL, copy. Okay, giveaway link is going there. It print way fast without the internal corner. Without the internal corner on the outside. Internal corner on the outside. Ah, I get what you're saying. You're saying just to make it rectangular, basically, on that side. Remove that one inner corner. Okay, giveaway link is posted. Hey, tripods. Hey, Scott. Okay, we'll leave it open for half an hour, so it's 1 o'clock my time, and in 30-ish minutes, we'll do the drawing for a spool polymaker filament. What I'd like to do in the meantime is see if we can continue. I really don't want this to hold us up for 20 minutes, so let's see. That's in place. Now that everything's tightened, tighten the bolts. Wonder if we move on from Z-axis assembly for right now and come back to it as soon as this part's printed out. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just go on to toolhead assembly. And as soon as this is printed, we'll jump back. Ooh. Gotta go back to it. Have a aggressive stream. Thank you, Steve. Thank you for 23 months, man. I wish that I could have had Steve pop up and knock out that CAD model, because it would have been way quicker, way more efficient, and way better. But we made do, so. All right. Heat insert time again. All right. If nothing else, he built us something to chuckle about for the rest of his workday. That is always my goal. If I can get Steve laughing, then mission accomplished. But it would not be your jig, like outsourcing to Voron build. Yeah, you're not wrong. Okay, so there's heat inserts there. So let's see if we can do all the heat inserts we're gonna need right now. But it looks like that's really it for this initial part, so. Okay. So heat inserts are going, it looks like, into this part. Let's make sure we get the heat inserts I got for this kit and not some other ones. Where? There they are. Good to join a live session. Happy building and keep up the good work. Hey, thank you very much, Kirk. I appreciate it. Have a great rest of your day. We'll figure it out. We always figure it out. Sometimes it takes longer. Sometimes it takes longer than... It almost always takes longer than we initially anticipate. These look really long, these heat inserts, but I'm just so used to the Voron spec heat inserts. Why are we not going in the hole though? Why are we...
Some of these were printed on the Q1 Pro, and I feel like it was doing a good job, but the tolerances don't seem... I don't know if I'm even going to be able to do this without clearing out these holes a little bit, which is annoying.
This one, that is one huge hex driver.
Wait, what is? Oh, on the table? Yeah, it's a monster. I use it to push in bearings usually. I don't think I've ever actually had to use it aside from that. Yeah, these don't want to go in. Wonder if I loosely put them, just kind of balance them in place, and then get them on here. If I can, yeah, that might work. It's definitely not going in perfectly clean. I can clean up some of that after.
Man. Man of the Croc, I think you need to print a half-size
Printer, I agree. It'd probably be quicker.
You should multiply your estimated build time by infinity.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, these ones are not lining up, so I kind of have to just get them started. I think these are the heat sink or the hot end mounts for the heat sink, so hopefully I can just sort of rig it in.
Once it cools, I'll just clean up a little bit of... Do I have an X-Acto in here? I don't have an X-Acto.
It'll probably be okay.
It's just gonna hold the heatsink in place.
Okay, let's see if these ones on the bottom do any better.
That big hex driver can help make the insert flush with the surface.
You mean just push it down after? I think I'm getting it below the surface, and the issue is that the holes are a bit too small, which is possibly not the CAD. It could be the J1, like my printing profile on it. So what I really just need to do is clean up the little bit of, like, I'll show it so you can see it actually versus just saying it.
There's a little bit of rim that's like popped out from it. I had that issue on my original V0 because I sourced slightly larger out of diameter heat inserts, and it ended up working out okay. And it was worse. It was definitely worse than that. So it shouldn't be a big deal. But yeah, all these heat insert holes are not nearly as not going in smoothly. The Wera ones the Wera ones are dropped the one. The Wera ones are fantastic. Let me see if I just clear out this top bit. Screw it. We're just gonna heat it up and go. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, that should be good. X-Acto thumbnail.
Where are T-handles all day, every day? Yeah, they're fantastic. Those are another example of a tool that wasn't cheap, but I would buy them again and again if I had to. Okay. Well,
Those ones turned out a bit better.
still didn't go in
Perfectly straight, but it'll be fine.
Okay, and then last one is going in this guy, and it looks like if we have it at this angle, it's going in from here. So let's
Get one more. While it's still hot, you can make sure with the big metal tool to push in the desired depth. You can clean up the excess polymer with a stand blade or some similar cutting tool. How many hours will it take you to build it? I have no freaking idea. Like always, I think I was probably overly optimistic about it, but it'll take how long it takes.
Usually if it's a flat piece, I'll just flip it around and press it onto the quartz tabletop to make sure it's flush. That one went in well. So yeah, it's really just the two Hotend ones that didn't go in that well. Also, why did the Steam Deck I'm gonna press all the buttons really quick. Hold on. There we go. The Steam Deck tripped out for a second there. There we go. Okay. Heat inserts are done. So now we're gonna do the Hotend. Let's unplug this. Just checking. Hey, what's up, Ellis? Happy Wednesday. All right, here's all of the Hotend parts. Let's cut. My knife's downstairs, and I don't know where the X-Acto is. So we are, how long before the next squirrel? That I do know. It'll be very soon. I'd say 5 minutes tops. Okay. Place the thermistor in the block through the brass brass insert. Place the brass insert into the block. Okay, so what do we have here? We have a heat sink. We have the brass insert is already in here, so that's, you can see the end of it there. Is it loose? Yeah, it's just loose right now, so. Alignment does not look right on it. Why? Let's see. Let's take this out really quick. So this is the brass insert that lets you do 90 degrees.
The pizza delivery fund. Just no pineapple.
Thank you, John. I'm shit. I might order pizza tonight, dude. New squirrel for you. There will be pineapple. I'll go light on the pineapple for you though. Now comes the corner onto the Hotend. Use thermal grease if you have some on the Hotend. I don't think I do, man. All I've got, I believe, is somewhere that slice borosilicate stuff, but I've heard that that is not what you want to use, so I don't have thermal grease. I did, and then we moved, and the thermal grease I had was super old, and it did not make the move with us, so. Giveaway link is open also for anyone that's just shut up. It's pinned in chat for the Polymaker filament giveaway, so make sure you sign up for that. You don't have to be present to win. Also, smack the like button if you haven't. So maybe I'm wrong then. Does nothing have to align? Heater cartridge is going in there. Thermistor. What's holding the thermistor in place on this? Is it, oh, it's just the screw. Is that right? It's just the screw that's holding it in place? If that's the case, then it was in the right direction. Not that roll of, okay. If I have to, I can pull it later. I can pull it later and replace it if need be. Did you know that it said that every time you eat pizza with pineapple, an Italian person dies? That's horrible. Thank you, Deanna. I checked on the Wera T-handle hex drivers, but they don't do 1.5 one in the set. This is a problem I have encountered. Oh, the T-handle ones. Gotcha. Yeah. On the smaller Wera set, it definitely has 1.5 because I've used it quite a bit. Okay, so it looks like heater cartridge has to pass through here. And this goes towards the top, and this little hole here, I think, is just to help you align it straight up and down. That's what it seems like. So this just goes in, slides in the bottom here. It seems like that's it. I thought that the thermistor maybe had to pass in there, but it doesn't appear like it has to. The thermistor is just gonna wrap around the screw that'll hold it in place, which is kind of like how the V6, I think it's exactly how the V6 was. So if that's the case, we don't have to do anything with here. Insert the block, making sure. Place the thermistor in the block through the brass. Wait, through the brass insert. Oh, I think that must be a typo. It says place the thermistor in the block through the brass insert, but it must mean heater cartridge in the block through the brass insert. So heater cartridge is right here. Also, we don't have music. I need some boss level music. There we go.
Okay, so this guy's going in through here. And I guess I'll just push it all the way through. It's too big for the block, so we'll just kind of center it. What I don't know, and I'm confused by right now, is what keeps this in place. Usually there's a set screw that you drive into it.
I don't see it on here. Ordering some pizza to go with my pineapple. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused with that. Place thermistor. Okay, place thermistor in the middle hole. Use this screw to secure the wiring. Don't over tighten. Yeah, so
The thermistor. But what am I missing when it comes to the heat block?
good on the next step. Heat break. Is it just loose?
That can't.
Is it just loose sitting in here? You just go at an angle and that
Keeps it in place?
you adjust the brass bit and then tighten.
Are you saying that the screw,
The little set screw in here is what clamps it down? I can try to tighten that and see if it does it. Put the nozzle in, it will lock it up.
gotcha, but there's nothing.
There's nothing keeping the...
Oh.
Oh, interesting. So the nozzle presses the nozzle applies pressure to the brass, which then pushes that into the heat block.
That's cool. Okay, so yeah, 'cause now it is tight.
It sticks out pretty dang far though. Is that normal? I mean, I'm gonna tighten it some more and then I'll hot tighten it. This time it's suggested that you tighten the nozzle, plug the heater into 24-volt power supply for 60 seconds. I do have a power supply downstairs I can grab. Do I have a nozzle tightening wrench? Let's see.
Wrong way, nozzle goes on top. Oh, derp.
So wait, so it's the heat break then.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yes, the nozzle doesn't seem to...
So it's the heat break that's gonna keep it in place because it's still now it's completely loose again.
I know a guy that crushed the heater, so be careful. Okay. Good to know. Heat break would go in here. So the heat break is what holds it in. No.
Now I'm confused again. What is going on? Hey Jen! Heat break will hold it once it's hot. The heater is very hard to get out.
Loosen the nozzle. Okay, that does hold it. Any luck or no? You found it? Where? Shut up.
There is a shop.
Oh my god.
Here, it's about to cry.
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it on stream. I haven't said it because I didn't want to like bring it up, but all right. So earlier, thank you for the delicious food. So earlier, when I muted the mic, it was because Erin had gone to the store to get some groceries, and when she went to check out, she couldn't find the card, and we share a debit card, and so the debit card's tied with everything. So she was in panic mode, like ran back, searching everything for it, and so yeah, searching everywhere. And so I was trying not to freak out. That's why, like, because I'm like, man, that's tied to like everything, and if I have to change everything, it's gonna take a long time. So she said that when she went back to the store, someone had found it and turned it in. So yes. So that's awesome. That is great news. Now I can exhale a little bit. Yeah. Wow. That is great news.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
I would just check to see if somebody checked out with it.
I will. I will.
The person was 40.
Okay. Love you. You can exhale now. Yeah, that's what Erin said. She said, God is good. So. What? No, I didn't see it. No, I didn't see it. That's awesome. Okay, fantastic. That is great news. Yeah, when the mic was muted earlier, it's because she was telling me about it, and I was trying to remain calm because I'm like, I can't do anything about it now, and hopefully it comes up, but if not, I'll have to cancel everything. So I stopped using debit cards and use a single credit card for everything and pay it weekly. It's not a bad idea because if something happens, the credit card will protect, you'll be a lot more protected. Okay, so I think let's leave Hotend as it is right now, so I don't have to run down to Hot Tighten it, and jump back to Z because our Z is done. The little alignment jig thing we did is done. Yeah, I might need to change things up. I've always pretty much just used a credit card through Amazon just to build up my credit score. Wow, man, did I not? There we go. There we go. Okay, so my jig, my CAD might have been hideous and highly unconventional, but we got it right on the first try, so I will take it. The one thing that I did want to mention was that in the guide on this, it says basically to press the rail up against this stopper, and that's where it needs to go. Well, the way this rail was cut, if we do that, then the hole down here won't align. And I would say the hole down here aligning is by far more important since this is how you attach this to the rest of the printer. So that's a big part of the reason why we needed these jigs, was because I don't have the ability to press it flush against there. So now that we've got this, we can go back to Z. I know it's a really simple part, but the fact that without really any clearance just worked in the first try, I'm pretty happy about it. And call it a win. Okay, slide it in. Don't fully tighten. Now fully tighten. Okay, so we're fully tighten this. I know, I'm pretty happy. Oh yeah, it's true. 5% back is nice. I guess you have to stay on top of it. It's been really easy just having the one credit card to. Actually, let's tighten. I doubt this rail is bent because of how beefy it is. Let's tighten from center out. Having just the one credit card has made it incredibly simple to make sure I stay on top of it, and just adding more, they're banking on people not making their payments. Accumulator, I'll tell you how to properly set up everything for financial freedom, bro. All right. I am very, very happy. We did it. We did it. Yeah, once I get this on, I'll have a bite of those. There's just 4 pieces of bread, the little tomato. Or it looks like it's like a, oh, what can I think what it's called? Not a caprese. Prosciutto, nope, not prosciutto. What's the word? Come on. the mixture of tomatoes, that's gonna bug me. Someone in chat will get it really quickly. Auto pay, yeah, auto pay would be the way to set it up. That's true. That's how I prefer to have everything. For the longest time, forever though, our health insurance I had on manual pay because it's a pretty large amount, and I just like to know when it's getting pulled. But after dealing with some really big issues with them recently, I set up auto pay on that as well. Okay, so we've got those. Now that that's fastened in, we're gonna tighten the left and right bolts that we originally had put in. So I can remove this jig. We should put this little piece back in to keep it from falling out. Bruschetta, thank you. Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe I couldn't remember that. Nope, that's not right. There we go. Okay, so I'm not gonna over tighten that. There we go. Let's push this down so it's flush. Everything looks so weird. Huge Allen key. It's like a tiny person. Yep. That's what I'm here for. Just to. So this isn't perfectly flush, which I don't know that it matters. Let me try one thing. I'm gonna loosen this and just apply a little bit more downward push on it to see if I can get it to be flush. A little better. Yeah, that seems about right. Okay. Ketchup? No, not ketchup. Alrighty. Sweet, our Z-rail is on. Alright, what's next? Next we are getting... looks like 2 pieces. So let's get... I believe it's this piece. Yeah. Okay, we got this guy. Banana. Okay, and then we need, these are MF85 flange bearings. So I have 2 types of flange bearings. I don't believe they're the same. These are 85ZZ, so I'm assuming 85ZZ is what we want, which makes sense because it needs to be large enough for the lead screw to go through it. Oh, come on. Okay. I'm hoping the tolerances are right. I think, again, I don't think it's a CAD thing. I think it's the Q1 Pro that, for whatever reason, everything is a little bit smaller than I'd like for it to be. So this should be a press fit, and I can already see a little bit of plastic there, so It's really tough to show, but like, it should be a perfect circle, right? That's where the bearing wants to sit into, but where the start-stop is, I printed it like this. There is a bit of sag, and I'm concerned that if I just press this in, we'll see. We'll try it with our monster Allen key. But yeah, I'm concerned that it won't. Yeah, it's a little bit tougher than it should be, I think. Okay. Options. If I can get it to pop in, it would be a really tight fit. Let me try. Yeah, maybe that Allen. Okay, I got an idea. Let's go with a slightly smaller, still large Allen key. Where are they? There they are. Best use of ice grips. Oh, I've got the, yeah, good call. I've got the, I need to find the big whereas they're somewhere out in the garage for when I was using them, but this little one should be sufficient. That's a good point. I should be using these, not pressing like that if I have the option to. The bearing will be a hard press. Okay. You go one Dab smaller. Oh, it still popped out. Okay, now it doesn't want it. Now it seems like it. I don't understand. Now it doesn't even want to. Like, it's too easy to get in. It's like it. Okay, well, it's in. Now my concern is, will it stay in? It might. But yeah, once I got it beyond that little bit of extra filament, it went in really easily. Okay, I think we need one on the other side as well. Fudge bearings are pressed into place. Yeah, for this one I won't be able to use the... I'm scared to use the... Do I have a flathead or something I can just... Ah, man. This one I don't want to use those pliers for. It should stay on its own, but when you assemble the rest, it will hold together from the other part. Okay, sweet. Yeah, it's staying in on its own now. And it's just this other one. I don't want to use the pliers out of fear that I will break the other end of the part. I wish I had just a fat, like a really, really big flathead that I could get in here and press down. I don't understand why it's putting me up such a fight. Let's see if I just sort of scrape away at that area where the filament is kind of... Oh yeah, maybe needle nose. I think I've got. Yeah, I do have needle nose pliers. Just from the Prusa build we just did. Let's see if I go like this. It doesn't. Is it supposed to? So the question I've got then is, it supposed to go completely below the surface? Even the flange, is the flange supposed to be below the surface as well? Because if it is, then I probably just need to press harder even on this one. Take the handle of one of your tools. Because it looks like the way it's designed, it should go fully below the surface or in line with it, but... I don't know on this part. Should be flush with the surface. Yeah, so it's not going in far enough on either side. I don't want to press any harder. I can already see, even from the smooth teeth on it, there's teeth marks in the other side of the part, so I don't want to deform the part anymore. Man. Okay, I got that one in. I got that one in. This one's perfectly flush now. So Now it's just this guy, the one that I've been prying on with the Whereas, or not the Whereas, the Nipix. I feel like this one is close enough though. I think we're gonna leave it. I think it's really close. What does the CAD show? You can check the CAD reference. It's not a bad idea. Although I totally screwed up a bunch of the CAD. How do I go not back to isolation mode, modeling items? Nope. There we go. Yeah, I already, there we go. Let's enable all the stuff that I hit earlier. Yeah, so they're perfectly flush, like in there. So the top one is perfectly flush, bottom one is very, very close to being flush at this point, but I don't want to push anymore. You can already see a little bit of, it's from me putting too much pressure on it. Put it on the corner and then some weight on it. I think it's gonna be fine. Based off the way I'm seeing it, it looks like the, it looks like these other bearings are going to be riding on it. So I don't think it's gonna be an issue. Yeah, forum has been open for 33 minutes. So this will be last call then. If you have not, we are doing a giveaway for Polymaker Filament. We're gonna close the giveaways in 2 minutes. The link is pinned in chat. So if you wanna enter now, and then we're gonna close it. Hey, Trom. Also, if you haven't hit the like button, hit the like button. Let's see if we can get to, let's see if we can get to 150 likes. Okay. I am removing the link, so if you're filling it out, you got another 60 seconds. Wait, what do you mean there's only 7 votes? On my end, it shows 126 likes. All right, here we go. I guess anyone that's filling it out now is still good. So 117 responses. That is the final number. Let me download this really quick. Download, extract all. Extract. Okay, let's do this. Okay, do we have 117 people? We do. Cool. All right, here we go. So we got 117 people in here. The likes don't seem to, oh, gotcha. Yeah, on my end, because I think since I'm on the back, like the live dashboard panel thing, it updates in real time for me, but that makes sense that if you are watching a YouTube video on the regular YouTube page, it doesn't auto, I feel like it should, I don't know. All right, so thank you to Polymaker for allowing us to give away spool filament every single week. If you are, I'm not entirely sure, I thought it was now a gift card everywhere in the world, but it sounds like it might still be US and Canada. If you win, you get a gift card, and everywhere else you get to pick from a huge list of different spools of filament. You win something, either a gift card or a spool of filament, no matter where you are in the world. So the winner will get an email from me in the next 24 hours. Okay, it is a $35 credit, that's what I thought. I don't know. So Zombie has to know the latest info. So a $35 credit anywhere in the world.
So get an email from me within 24 hours, and then you'll just have to fill out a small form, and then JourneyMaker will get you your gift card or credit. So on that note, how many times are we shuffling today, everybody? Let's do, the range is from 7 to 37. On Android tablet, it auto refreshes. Okay. You just have to pick a spool of that value out. Oh, okay, so it is US and Canada, you get $35 credit, and then outside of that, it is a spool. So it's not a credit outside of the US and Canada. We're gonna do 35. I see 235s, and that feels like a pretty random big number, so let's do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, here we go. Good luck, everybody. 3, 2, 1, here we go. The name, chicken legs and ankles. What? Okay, congratulations, chicken legs _ ankles. I know you're a first-time winner because that is a name I certainly would not have forgotten. So congratulations on winning. Thank you for the laugh, and I will send you an email within 24 hours. It'll probably be later this evening with the form for you. And depending on where you are, you'll either get a gift card or get to pick out a spool of filament. So that name is really good. All right, chicken legs and ankles. All right. Fantastic. Fantastic name. Okay, so we're moving forward. We got those in, and we're calling that good for now. When the lead screw is inserted, the bearing will be held in place. Align bearing. Okay, so this looks like we're just using just the bearing. Let me look at the CAD one more time for this. Okay, interesting. So we're not using the shell of these, we're just using the little inner ball bearing. So it's gonna be sandwiched between these bearings and then the, is this connected to the motor? Yeah, and the pulley. Cool, okay. So I've got, let me find those two things. No, one of them's right here, and the other one I had just had a second ago because I was playing around with it. And what did I do with it? That's the freaking question. Did anybody see where I put? No, I found it. I found it. I've got it. Sounds like a Korean restaurant. Chicken legs ankles. That sounds great. That is amazing. That name. How did you choose that name? Yeah, how did you choose that name? I need the lore. Tell me. Okay, so out of these, we are just using the actual bearings. Gosh, I don't. Well, you know what? I'm not gonna use my teeth. We got scissors. We're adults here. My Positron JourneyMaker ran a print this morning, and I just packed it up for a craft fair. That's so cool. I have like pretty much zero need to travel with a printer, but I'm going to do it because I can now. Like if I'm just gonna like, my parents, they're driving out here on Friday. They got a house. They sold their house in California, and they bought a house about 20 minutes from us. So they're gonna be staying with us for a week while they're waiting for the house to be finished. And so once they're settled in, I'm just gonna be like casually throwing the Positron in the car when I head over to my parents' house. That way, if my mom's like, "Oh, we need this," I'm like, "All right, I'll fire it up for you really quick." Okay, so cool. When the lead screw is inserted, the bearings will be held in place. Great, nothing too crazy about that. You'll find a way. This printer took a long journey. Hey, Jack. Adults, how dare you? Sorry, I didn't. Okay, this is a 2GT6192. Is that, I think that's the only, I'm pretty sure that is, let's see, where, I think it's these guys.
2GT. Was there more than one type of pulley in this kit? I cannot remember. Nope, 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 nope. Where is the bomb? Here's the bomb. Pulleys. Okay, I think they're all the same pulleys. 2 friends, one with weak and broken legs, other with a fat and flat feet, and both are cyclists. That's amazing. All right. Oops, I keep going to the wrong thing. So we want to shove this. Okay, we need the. Let's get the closed belt loop, which I can't remember if the closed belt loop was a self-source thing or if it was a included thing. It looks like it was probably a self-source thing. Yep. Okay. Lead screw. Is the lead screw supposed to have a flat spot filed into it, or no? If it is, I missed the memo. Where is lead screw? No, it doesn't say anything about it. I don't think so. Okay. It just in that it's probably just there in the illustration, but.
For the Just Because Fund.
Andrew, thank you very much for the $10. it was gonna go towards the pizza fund, but I forgot Erin said she's making a like chicken mushroom pasta dish thing, so I think dinner is covered, but we will, let's see, squirrel, Hadouken, thank you very much. We will find something to put it towards. Thank you, Andrew. You're supposed to chop. Yeah, I did chop a bit off. It was a 250 millimeter lead screw, and I think it's supposed to, like, ideally 225 is the length you want. I think I chopped it down to like 226 with the Dremel, so it's not exact, but it's close. Okay, so let's try. I'm gonna need to like octopus this. So let's also get the lead screw ready. Yeah, lead screw's right here. Let's make sure it's not the jacked up lead screw. Nope, looks like the good lead screw. Okay, so we need belt around here. I watched the build video. Does this one require you to saw off part of the stepper motor shaft? Yes. Yep. I did that before stream because I do not trust myself to be playing around with saws while trying to entertain chat in the garage. But yeah, I basically just used a hacksaw. I originally had bought diamond wheels for a Dremel, and I was going to use that, but I realized it was going to be quite difficult for me to get the wheel close enough to where it would work. So I printed out a jig that I found. There's better jigs. The one I printed was round, which was probably not the best because I couldn't clamp it, which was a little interesting. There's square jigs that you basically put around the motor shaft, press down, and then you can shove that into vice grips of sort, and then use a hacksaw and cut through. And I did buy a new hacksaw specifically for this. I had a really cheapo one I had to use to cut a Christmas tree in half last year because the trash people, the people that come to take the trash said that it had to be under a certain size. And it wasn't a huge tree, but I think the size was like 3 feet increments. So I had to hack the tree. So long story short, I didn't want to use a sappy saw all over this. And the saw that I bought was able to cut through these motor shafts in 60-ish seconds. I mean, granted, I went a little crazy with the sawing back and forth, but it really wasn't that bad. Waste management. Yes, waste management. That sounds way nicer. Didn't mean to be offensive. I knew when I said it. Yeah, waste management people said that they will take it, but they could not. My friend, hey, my friend, I did the build with made the square jig. Oh, nice. Yeah, okay. So David's Goliath. I saw them after. I had already printed out the round ones and already had them installed and was like, all right, well, these are what I have. And then afterwards, I saw the square ones and was like, that is a way better option than going with round ones. So I'm curious as to how I'm going to align this. I think what I'll do is throw one of these bearings on top of here like this. So that way I only have to balance one of them. This
is gonna be fun. You know what? Another question I have is, does it matter which direction these go? No, I don't think so. Here's... Okay. We use the round ones first as well. Yeah, the square ones, it definitely are the better option for being able to grip it. Is there any hack or trick I should be using for this before everyone watches me try to just balance these bearings? Actually, that wasn't awful. The interesting thing will be aligning them. Let's see, if I go lead screw, I need something, maybe like those little needle, where are the needle tweezers? Needle nose tweezers I was using earlier, because that would be really helpful right about now. Gosh.
Here is for pizza with pineapple and no mushrooms. Have you seen Carmen Sandiego? I need to get back to tuning my V0.
Have you seen Carmen Sandiego? I need to just get back to. I haven't seen. Wait, no, I have not seen Carmen. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Thank you for the $5, man of the crock. I don't usually do mushroom on pizza. If it's a veggie pizza, I will, of course, but yeah, I'm typically not a. What Aaron's making is a pasta dish. Okay, so these bearings don't want to. Okay, I don't think this is going to work quite like I want it to. Let's see if I can get either of these aligned. That's the first goal. You just sort of balance them in there. It's tricky, but doable. Okay. I've done tricky and doable. That's sort of my thing. Let me grab a small little Allen key. I just don't know. This might be where that issue will arise from me not having those bearings perfectly aligned with the surface, because I don't know if I even have enough clearance here. I don't know if I have enough clearance to be able to wiggle these around. Okay, so let's take one out again. I almost wonder if I should use like, oh, this might be it. This might be the play. If I go with a, like, just shove something through it while I'm working on it, so that way they can't move off of that center post. Let's try this. Could be a good idea, could be an awful idea, I don't know yet. Okay. Now, do I have enough clearance to shove this last little bearing on top? That is really the ultimate question here. Let's see, I hope so, but I don't know so. Oh, come on. I don't think I do. So it seems like you have to get the pulley and that top bearing on at the same time. Let's see. Oh no. I think we just lost a ball. We totally did. Oh, you sling to move the bearing into place, then press the lead screw in. Yeah, we just lost a ball. That freaking sucks. I think it fell off the table too. I saw it bounce out. So good, dude. I don't. How will I find that? I don't think I'm finding that. On carpet, it's such a small, it's such a small bearing. Really sucks, because that is not, I don't know if I can get that size sourced locally. Oh, that blows. I saw it pop out. Ah, yeah. I don't own a giant magnet. I don't really own, this is probably the only magnet I've got in here, is this little guy. Yeah, I watched it bounce out. I don't think it's... I'm pretty sure it fell onto the floor. Ay, ay, ay. Spent a couple minutes looking for it really quick to see if I could find it, but not, I'll have to figure out something else. Let's move stuff out of this area. I'm hoping I can source, if I can't find this bearing, which I'm not really holding my breath on him. I'm hoping it's something I can source locally off of Amazon and get it in 48 hours so I can just get it installed versus having to alley it, because that's gonna really suck. But yeah, I don't see it. I have no idea where it bounced off to. It's a bummer. It's been eaten by the floor. Yeah, any spare magnets for printer builds stacked up? No, they're all maybe a spare linear rail ball. That could work. I ordered a bunch of spare linear rail balls a while back because I had an experience with losing a couple. Let me see if I do. That really, GPs, you genius. Let's see. Where are the rail balls? There they are. All right, piece of bread. I wonder if this will be good enough. It looks like, I think these are MGN 7 balls. Might be a little small. Oh, I see why it popped out. The little lip of this thing bent from me trying to get the, from me trying to align it. Yeah, MGN 7's a little small. Let me see one size up if I've got it. Those are way too big. Those are way too big. Nope, that's the closest I've got. Or no. Those look too big too, I think. Yeah, MGN 7's pretty dang close. It's slightly smaller though, and I wonder if that's going to affect the performance at all. Let me grab this and see if I can bend this little edge back. Maybe throw a bit of grease on them so they don't readily fall and bounce. Thing I don't know. Yeah, that might not be a bad idea either. Because I'm thinking that once this is in place, like once it's truly in place, let's see, did I get it? Doesn't seem like it's falling out. I think that'll work. That was a great idea, GPs. But it still doesn't solve the issue. I've got to figure out how to get these in here without screwing something up. Let's try it one more time. Let's try. I'm wondering. I'm just trying to think if there's going to be an easier way to do this. Because the issue is if I don't have them perfectly aligned when I get them on there, now I have to worry about adjusting them now because I don't want to damage another one. These are so small that just using the Allen key to try to push them damage the housing for it. Such a tight fit. Hey Ella! Flex the plastic. I don't know that I can flex this plastic very much. Also, it's glass ABS, and so earlier I already had one piece kind of want to crack on me, so I don't know how much I really want to pry on the plastic. It's the closest I've had it. Okay, I've got an Allen key through the whole thing. It's always, yeah, I agree 100%. So ideally, I'd like to be able to just pop these all together. Did that work? Did that work? No. This should be spinning. This should be spinning freely, which it's not. Let's see if I can get this in here. Do I have a bigger key that can work? Probably would take 2 hours to do this. Would take. Okay, this should be aligned. Like this should definitely be aligned now. We are through. I think we did it. I think we did it. Yes. Yes. Make sure the set screws are loose or it won't go in. Yeah, I know they are. They're loose. Loose enough. Oh, yes. Oh my God. We lost a ball. We lost the ball. We performed some surgery, but we got it. Oh, I'm so happy. Yes. All right. We just air horn. Air horn. I'm gonna bite a toast really quick too. Steve Builds would have used his build foo and it would have gone together like magic. Yeah, he probably would have. He would have put his hands up to his forehead and just forced them to do it. Hey Domar, it's good going. There's definitely been some difficulties, some absolutely self-inflicted, that I will not argue with. Some seem tolerance related, which I'm not convinced it's related to the CAD. I think that it could be the glass ABS I used on the Q1 Pro, that maybe the tolerances weren't that great on the printer per se. I really don't know, but it's been challenging, that's for sure. But rewarding, we're making progress, and that really is what matters, I think. Are we gonna print today? No. If we print, no, I'm not even gonna entertain that. Okay, the M-Sound, can you maybe help with aligning the bearings once aligned into the lead screw part of it? Insert the lead screw until part of it protrudes out of the exit hole. Okay. So we want some of it to protrude. This is the side, okay, this is the side that I cut. So I think that's the one we probably want sticking out a little bit. Do we want it, is it basically flush with the bottom how we want it? I guess we could just look at the CAD as well. Oh, so it doesn't even need to go, wait. Oh, shoot. Ideally, I want this reversed. I'm gonna pop it. I'm gonna pop this out. Okay. Because I want. Hold on, I want to concentrate here. Okay, got it. Okay, so this is the side that I cut, and it's just the threads aren't perfect on it, so I want that to go roughly, it looks like that. Cool. And then we want to tighten the set screws. Because I was able to do it so fast because I built the printer like 10 times. Yeah, I think that's always part of it, is when something like, even after, I'm sure after building this, if I were to build another, it will be much easier because I'm like, yeah, it's familiar. You've got some sort of memory of how things go together. But for first time, it's always a little bit, at least a little bit tricky. Okay, so that one's in. And that one's in. Let me use my little Weras, because these are ball ends, and I like using ball end drivers. They're nice, but when you're tightening something small like a set screw, it's really easy to strip something. Yeah, this just gives you a little extra leverage. Sweet. We are in it. It is spinning like it should be. That ball bearing feels like it was close enough to the size where it's not going to affect anything, and the belt is pulling it. That is great. Okay. Awesome. I'm very happy about that. Okay, desktop. We did that. Okay, next up we're grabbing our little nut. Bed got here. Loctite on that set screw. I mean, it's not a bad idea to Loctite the set screw, but I think for right now I'm going to leave it. Oh, actually, you're probably right, because that is on a yeah, let's do Loctite on that, especially because it's not even on a flat. It's not even on a flat part of the lead screw. If it backs out, it won't take a whole lot for it to want to spin. So we'll do a little bit of Loctite on that. Let's go. Let's loosen. Let's undo what I just did. It's not the right one. Where did I put that driver? I was standing right here, everybody. Where is the driver? It's right here still. It was blending in with the table. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna just really quickly do a tiny squirt of Loctite. Those 2 set screws are just biting onto the sort of threads of the tiny little lead screw. And so if hold on, I can't think and do if it backs out at all, it can be really easy for it to start spinning. So with this, hopefully it'll prevent it from wanting to back out. I just want to make sure I don't get any of this on the ABS part. That would be bad. Okay, spinning, spinning. Let's take out this one. Let's use this guy. Yeah, I don't usually use Loctite on a lot of things, but set screws on pulleys are sort of the exception to that. Yeah, that looks good. There we go. Okay, those are in now. It only took a few seconds and got a little bit of cheap insurance. Steve builds has a dislike for grub screws into lead screw threads. Yeah, I don't doubt that. I mean, in all honesty, like the CAD or the manual shows a flat spot, so I'm sure that's there, because in an ideal situation, you would be filing a flat spot into this. Okay, that one's plenty tight. That's plenty tight. All right, well, come on, give me my Allen key. There we go. Cool. Alrighty. Now I said we were getting the little lead screw nut, which I just saw. Let's get rid of some of this trash. Where is trash can? There we are. I showed everybody the lead screw nut. I remember that. I dropped the lead screw nut. I also remember that. Let's get this out of here. Let's put it on. There's nowhere to on the ground for now. Let's have the last bite of my toast. There it is. It's right here in front of me. It always is. The thing I'm looking for is always hidden in plain sight. Okay. We need that. We need this. This is just going to be, looks like self-tapping into the plastic using M3. One thing I'm curious about is whether the guide, because at the beginning of the guide, it calls all flatheads, but in the BOM, it specifies you need wafer heads for something. So I wonder if there's any point in here where it actually calls wafer heads out as being wafer heads, or if it just calls them all out as flatheads the entire time. So it's gonna be, if it's important, it'll be a little confusing. Also, the nut I have on mine doesn't have any sort of pockets, so I wonder if that's going to be an issue. Hopefully not. I mean, I would imagine the worst case scenario, we lose a few millimeters of Z height. I also think that I ordered 2 extra nuts, so let me see. Let's see if the other ones happen to have. Yeah, I ordered 2 more. Yeah, they're all like that, so we'll just have to move forward. I would say in this scenario, we definitely want to use wafer heads if we have them, though, because the goal is to minimize Z height. So these are M3/8s. And it doesn't look like I have that. I have M310s. M310s are going to be perfectly fine for this. Hope it doesn't say, but it doesn't. Where is, there we go. Well, these are going in. Or no, are they going in nicely? I can't tell if this is going in nicely or it's not going in at all. There we go. Whew. Holy crap. I have concerns. I think that the tolerances are going to be an issue. All the holes seem a little too tight. I think what I might need to do is get them going without the nut to create the threads in the plastic, and then try to do it. I wonder if it has anything to do with the fact that I use glass ABS as well. Like there is a slight texture that's created by it, which I could see. It certainly wouldn't make any of the holes bigger. No. The holes are not going cleanly. Okay, new idea. Ream them out a little bit. Like ream them out halfway and then just thread through the rest of the way. Yeah, break out the Fabrico drivers. There's some in the garage, Delmar. Glass, use a regular wrench and not a ball end. The only Fabrico one I have up here is the 1.5mm driver, because that's the one that I usually have some issues with the ball end. Yeah, I'll run down and try to get them. Let me see. Because I do think that if I'm gonna have a chance of getting these in straight, I'm gonna need that leverage. So yeah, let me take my mic off really quick, run down. I think it's hopefully I can find them really quick. If not, we'll have to just deal with what we got, but I think I know where they are. I hope I know where they are. Be right back. I found the drivers, and I also got mushroom pasta. Okay. Here we go. Will this work? So I think it's got to be a 2mm driver. That is correct. And it needs to go on the inside. Okay. Oh yeah. It's, look at that. It's pushing out the excess plastic. Okay, let's get all of them in a little bit. I don't want to just tighten down one and then have a weird angle.
You say you want about dog, but they somehow... Oh no.
Yeah, Delilah didn't like that I was talking to Aaron. Or that Aaron was talking... Ah! That Aaron was talking to me. Okay, let's get the last one in. Then we'll tighten it down a little bit, and we should be good on this. Definitely, I don't think I could have done this with the ball end driver. It would have slipped. This is giving me the extra. Oh, oops! Spoke too soon. Give me the extra little grip that I need on this screw head. Because pan heads, especially, or wafer head or whatever we're calling them, you don't have a whole lot of bite compared to something like a socket head. I have those same ball end drivers. Yeah, the ball end drivers are fantastic. I really like them for 99% of situations, but when I need a little extra, like, they're definitely going to strip the screw quicker or slip quicker than a true non-ball end driver, like these Fabrico ones. Okay, so the bottom of these is slightly sticking out the bottom, which I'm hoping isn't going to be problematic. It's not a lot. I mean, it's like, I don't know how to even really show that. It's like, I don't know, a tooth or two. Let me see what it looks like on the other end. They don't go all the way through on there. What does it look like on the bottom down here? I don't think it's going to be an issue at all, because where those screws are, I don't think it's going to be an issue. I don't think it'll be an issue. We're going to move forward with it. Also, Erin made this pasta and it's absolutely fantastic. I don't know where she got the idea from, but it's like chicken, mushroom, parsley. I don't know what's in it. It's really good. No benchy yet. Yeah, that is really yummy. Okay, we got that in. Now we're doing twist carriage onto the lead screw. So it looks like we want flat end going towards here. Here we go. Oh, I guess, yeah, that's not gonna work, is it?
Just a little bit, just a little late. Wait, what did Del Mar say? Wrong month? Oh, benchy yet. No. Oh, I didn't realize I was using benchy yet.
Let's just see how these screws bottom out. So I think that the nozzle will have enough distance to where this tiny little bit isn't gonna make a difference. I'll just slightly adjust my Z offset. Yeah, hopefully it's not an issue. I mean, it gets nearly flush. Yeah, I did almost try to print. Okay, we were riding up and down. I did try to print almost entire printer in one go on accident. Okay, yeah, the pasta is fantastic. Alrighty, so now we're getting our lead screw, and we're getting the part we'd already created, and we are, I don't know if directionally it matters anything right now. Looks like we're, oh wait, is this gonna, no. Slide the lead screw along the side of the extrusion. Okay. Does it not? Why does our lead screw not want to go in there? This is not the side I cut, so this bearing should be. What Z-rail is that? It's a super tiny Z-rail. I don't know the actual size. There we go. Yeah, I don't know the actual size of the Z-rail, man, but it is adorable. It is a, where's the bomb? Z-axis rail, 20 log wires, GM belt, lead screw, T54. Pitch 1 millimeter, lead 4 millimeter. Yeah. Hey, Sansax. Oh, you said what size rail? Oh, the rail is huge. MGW9C is what it is. I don't know why I confused the two. Okay, we did that. It says lead screw top mount. Hold the bearing inside the top while inserting lead screw. Position the bottom lead screw mount to be flush with the bottom face of the extrusion. Okay. So basically this guy right about there. What are we attaching with though? I haven't seen any hardware being called out. There we go. Oh, we're just using M4 hex nuts. So we need, I also can't tell, M425. That must be you, and then M412 has to be you, and then M4 hex nuts, which we have over here. Also, any tips for carbon fiber nylon printing? Are you printing with it already and having issues, or just general tips? Because carbon fiber nylon's much easier to print with than just a regular nylon. I mean, it's still all the usual stuff, but less warpy, less moisture issues, just more forgiving all around. Yeah, keep it dry, definitely, like any nylon, but it does, in my opinion, warp quite a bit less. Adhesion, I recommend either Garolite, or if you have another thing that works pretty well, oops, I screwed that up, is, one sec, you know what, I'm gonna just loosely attach this one. Glue stick, just like regular PVA glue stick, works quite well with nylon. Not as good as Garolite, but if you don't have it and you don't want to spend the money, then it's a good alternative. Okay, that's in. Let's hold the bearing in place with our finger, like so. Okay. Is there a straight carbon fiber filament? Not like PLA, carbon, just full filament, or... Nope. Nope. I would say I've never heard of... No, there's not. I think the most solid carbon fiber would be like Mark Forged. They have their continuous fiber, but even that is not 100% carbon fiber. I don't know actually what the percentage is. Okay. Neat. All right, so This one, it says just to get flush. So I figure we'll just stand the thing up on the table. So that way it's nice and flush. Like that, and then I will tighten this down. The Z-axis is starting to look like a Z-axis, right? I don't want to over tighten this, but I also don't want this to be able to shift. It's the constant struggle. Most filaments are around 10 to 20% carbon fiber. Our carbon fiber is about 15%. Yeah, it would be so stiff if it was just carbon fiber. I don't know how. Yeah, that's plenty tight. We don't need to go tighter than that. Look at that. I know it might just seem like a Z-axis, but like, it looks good. It looks really good. We had the small issue with the tiny little piece up here where it was starting to crack when I put the bearing in, but I don't think it was across the whole part. That would also be relatively easy to swap out if I needed to. The bearing, this was wild. This down here was not easy, but we got that in. And yeah, I'm pretty happy. I know it's just a Z, but I'm super happy. I wanted to buy a kit for here on my channel. I wanted to buy a kit. What kind of kit? You want to buy a filament that uses fiber strands, not powder for strength though. Otherwise, it's just for stiffness. Continuous fiber is the strongest, which is Mark Forge thing. Chopped is not nearly as strong as continuous. Okay. Let's get the next part. I'm really happy about that. I know it's a small thing, but I'm super, super happy. I'll have to figure out that extruder, the little hinge piece of the extruder. Let's see. Yeah, let's continue on here. This does not look like the right part. This looks like the right part. Okay, this connector is going to be interesting because I'm doing the push fit connector, so I'm going to probably need a little bit of it's going to take a while for me to figure that out, but let's do this. We got an M6 thread, which is a monster. We have got a little, where's our little brass inserts here? Thanks for making me hungry again. Sorry. Hey, Nadir. Happy Wednesday. It's never my goal to make anyone hungry. I just am hungry. Building and streaming makes me really hungry. Okay, so we'll start with the little inserts and then we'll swap out our tip for the larger ones. And it looks like our two inserts are going on this side. Let's see, these ones look like they'll fit easily. Yeah. A lot of it was the print orientation. Since this printed top down like this, the holes are perfect. I just think maybe because the Q1 Pro was in, I had the chamber heated, that possibly it wasn't getting enough cooling. So anything that was printed vertically versus in line, sagged more than it needed to, or sagged more than it should have, I guess. It didn't need to sag at all. Nice. Cool. Well, this will be fun because I get to use a bigger insert. Let me find them. I just saw them like yesterday. Here they are. Awesome. Okay, so we need what size? M6, right? Beautiful. got this big, I was just thinking like, man, I wonder when I'll get to use these big inserts. Sick. We all need to eat. This is true. Happy Labor Day. I need to get lunch soon. Been at my desk all day. Eat, Tor. Eat. Pick out the bananas. No. Okay, so I don't want to burn myself. It's still warm, but it's definitely cooled down quicker than I thought it would have. Okay, let's give it a minute. It's still a little bit hotter than probably should be. We got a new pizza place near my house offering tikka masala pizza. I don't know what, I heard the name tikka masala sounds really familiar. What in the world is it? Tikka, T-I-K-K, masala? Chicken tikka masala is a dish roasted marinated chicken chunks in a spice sauce. The sauce is usually creamy and orange color. The dish was popularized cooked by Indians living in Great Britain. Interesting. I don't know that I've ever had that. That sounds awesome. You'll have to let us know next Wednesday how it is. I have to wait for FedEx. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know that I've had that. Are we spinning or am I? Yeah, we are. I think. God. It's the balance between it's still too hot. It's my favorite. Okay, so I think I need to have it. Does it have to be super spicy, or can you get it where it's not crazy spicy but just good flavor? There we go. Get out of here. All that nozzle changing all the years over the years. There we go. Plug it in. This will be the biggest heat insert I've ever inserted. We are going from the bottom. We are going right here. Wow, that is a huge insert. You can get it not crazy spicy. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'd probably want then. With how many people in chat are saying that it's incredible, like I feel like I'm missing out now. I feel like I need to get some tikka masala in my life. Is this heated up? Yeah, it is. Wow, what an insert. What an insert. Beautiful. That is an insert. Wait, you haven't had tikka? I don't think I have. I've heard the name, but looking it up, it doesn't seem familiar. No. No tikka masala for me. Barbecue Good Foods has a nice recipe. BBC Good Foods has a recipe. All right, we got that in. So now we need M314s, flatheads. M314s. Okay. These are going through here. Nice, those are just gonna pop right through. Then we need the standoff dowel pins, which I think I just saw those over here somewhere. Yep, here they are. Dowel pins. So these must be our little alignment pins. Are these similar, Zombie, are these similar to what's used on the tap changer for alignment? These little kind of dowel pins? You should try. Yeah, I will absolutely put it on my list. Hey, Tiago. Gateway Indian. It's a gateway dish. I'll have to look to see what like sort of not Italian. I'm thinking pasta. What sort of Indian cuisine we have out here. Next you'll be saying you've never had beef redang, or I don't know that I have. I don't know that I have. Huh, these don't want to go the whole way. Is that because I need to tighten them more, or is it because I'm using screws that are way too long? M312s. Wait a minute. One of these says to use M312s Okay, so the picture on the left says M314s going through there. Then on this side, it's saying that they should be M312s. So let me twist this a couple times, and if I feel like I've bottomed out, then I will have to swap screw size. I think I've bottomed out. Yeah, I think we need M312s. I think that's a typo. Pineapple and banana pizza. Wait, what did Liz say? Butter chicken pizza. Butter chicken pizza. With a rounded, oh, with a rounded tip, gotcha. I feel like that would help align a little bit easier because with flat, you have to be like spot on. Okay, M312s. Hopefully these will work. Let's just try one of them and see. Still doesn't seem right. Wait. No. Even with 12s, we're bottoming out. So these need to be M310s, which I do also have. Okay, so not M314s, not M312s, M310s seems to be the right size. It'll let us, yes, like this. Okay. Best I ever had was in a joint near London, so freaking good. Wait, should be 12s? The 12s seem to bottom out. I don't know why. I mean, they were spinning. I tried and it didn't. 10s seem to work. I don't know. I'm so hungry now. Sorry, everybody. Yeah, these seem good. It's in there. So, okay, well that's in. Next we've got, okay, so this is where things are gonna get weird, I think. So because I'm not using the magnetic connector, this is where I need to use the PCB, right? What does it show here? Does it show? Yeah, so this is, let me bring out what I've got here for the PCBs. Don't feel bad. Every stream, whenever the time people somehow end up talking about, yeah. It's like, it's definitely partially a me thing, but it's become less of a me thing and more of a, that's just the way we're doing it. Okay, so I've got a PCB here. I've got a PCB here. I got 2 of these connectors. I think I only need one. I only need the one. And this is what's going to bite onto our bed like that. It's not a super hard connection. Hopefully that's fine. If it tends to work, then okay, cool. Hopefully that's okay. It's not a, I mean, they're biting onto there. There's some spring, but I imagine because it's going to be going up and down, it's probably not an issue. I guess I imagined a little bit tighter a bite. That one feels a little better. Let's go with this one. Second channel? It's the damn food. No way. That'd be a third channel. This is the second channel. Let me have another bite of this pasta. Okay, so I need this plug, or this connector. And then I need the one I self-sourced, which I think is a microfit. I think that's a microfit. It's a U thing. Without a doubt. It's always your fault, unless Clee's around. Poor Clee. Do I have this connector? Is now my next question. I have the... So this looks like it's a right angle plug. I've got 2 connectors here, but neither of them look like right angles. We got these guys. Those are not right angles. There's nothing else in here. So where was this? The one I ordered off of Amazon? What was this one? I don't know. We got power inlet. I don't know that I have this piece. Yeah, I really don't know that I have this piece. We have the self-source panic attack, so I even my part. I thought that I ordered. The issue is some of this stuff isn't particularly standard, and there's options as well. Like there's a magnetic version and then like a press fit connector. So it depends on which one you go with. And there's a few variables, like the micro probe version. It was a community mod, but it got such good feedback that they implemented it into the main one. So I'm pretty sure I have these connectors. I just don't know that I have right angle variants of them. Let me see. Oh shit! Let me see in my where is all of my plugs? I think that self-sourcing and streaming is difficult. Yeah, none of these are either, so I don't know. Did I order the wrong part off of Amazon when I sourced this, or what happened with this one? Louis used to stream, watch Uber Eats food. That's amazing. Yeah, it looks like, I don't know if I sourced the wrong part or what the deal is, but I don't see this piece. Let me really quickly go, I'm gonna go to me camera. I'm gonna check on Amazon and see what I ordered. Orders. I want to say it's a micro fit, but could I be wrong? Yeah, I definitely could be. Micro fit, no, micro. Okay, so I definitely ordered this micro fit for this particular build, but I don't know if I was supposed to order another thing that didn't show up or if I forgot to order it. Well, let's see if I go under. Hey, if you haven't hit the like button, let's get to 150 likes. We're at 146. I believe we can do it. Yeah, let me see here. Okay, so this shows the magnetic connector. Yeah, it doesn't show. Let me check Discord really quick because I think I was sent the connect. Let's see. Lower. Okay. Okay, so I was told if you have problems with crimping for the Z-axis or mess something up, you can solder some pins in and solder wires directly to it like this. Okay, so I might just need to solder. I might just need to do headers on that connector. The thing I don't remember right now, which is bumming me out a little bit, is on connecting these, I know it's 2 parts, and I believe I just need to solder these 2 boards together. So there's one that's got these large pads for power and thermistor to the bed, and I believe I just need to stack these 2, put some flux on there, and just put a bunch of solder on there to basically bridge the 2 boards together. I want to say that's right. I'm almost positive that that's right. I'm just slightly concerned to do it without confirmation. It feels like it has to be it. You can check my build video. I showed how to assemble this. Oh, sweet. Okay. Yeah, let me check really quick then. Where did you send that? There we go. Building a printer, Positron JourneyMaker. Okay, let's check it.
In this video, I'm going to be building a portable, just PCB manufacturing. They have CNC machining. Click the link in the description below. FDM3 printer. The print bed must be heated for proper adhesion. To aid the assembly process, I used 2 M3x8 bolts with nuts to align and hold the boards together. I then used my soldering iron to fill the solder pads.
Okay, yeah, so that was right. But you said you soldered these legs in. Oh, okay. I get why you soldered these in advance, because you can't access them as easily after. So, okay, let's do that. So, we're gonna take this connector and we're going to place it. I don't think orientation matters. It's mirrored in both ways. Yep. So we will shove this onto here. Maybe. Okay. And then I'm actually going to get a piece of Kapton tape, if I have. I do. Just to keep it in place so that way it's held in while I solder it. I'm no stranger to eating some strange foods. Hey, Ajax is here. How's it going? You recovered yet from Rocky Mountain? I don't know how much I love this, actually. Sounded like a better idea than it was. Maybe if I go the other direction. Cut this tape down a little bit. I think it was less that the idea wasn't a good one and more that I used too much Kapton tape. I didn't need that length of it. There we go. Okay. Connector looks pretty dang straight. Let's see if I... Yeah, I think that's good. Got a lot of wholesale orders. Oh crap, I bet. I saw that Adam over at Vector 3D got a bunch of the ones that you guys had put together at Rocky Mountain. What am I looking for? I'm looking for flux. I'm looking for solder. I don't know, tip cleaner. Where did the flux go? There you are. Bada boom. A little bit of flux. A little flux action. Got some ear swabs. Where the swabs? There they are. Boom. Then we've got a pine sol right here. Looking good. All right. Plugging you in. Plugging pine sol in. Boom. Let's get a little bit of flux. That is not. There we go. Let me really quickly hold this and dab a little bit over the. That was way too much. Alrighty, we've got a ridiculous amount of flux now. It's okay, whatever, it'll be fine.
Flux is here.
Okay.
Cleaning iron tip.
Put a little bit of solder on the tip. Boom. And here we go. A little bit more solder on that center pin. There we go. A little bit on you. All right, halfway done. It's always the last one that decides to be stubborn. There we go. Okay, that looks good.
Don't eat the forbiddable marmalade. Did you say forbidden marmalade? Yeah, I won't. Thank you for that.
I used the right angle USB for this, and now it's really awkward to try to set this down. I don't have an iron stand up here. Let's see if I position it like that. That works. Okay, so let's get a napkin. Let me get some isopropyl alcohol and wipe off some of that flux. It's all goopy. Then we will solder the big pads. What time is it? Almost 3 o'clock, which means we've been live for 4 hours. I feel like it's gone by pretty quick. Nope, there's definitely more flux still on those pins than I would like, but I can try to clean it up a bit more later. It's not the end of the world. The solder joints look fine. I want a little bit more solder on one center pin here. Okay, I'm happy with that. Okay. Let's remove this tape.
My spindle just arrived from KB. Oh, nice.
I've got to talk to Alan over at Manda Grilly and figure out when we're going to start that. Okay, so now we're just going to align these like this, and then I think you said you used just some M3. It's M3 or M4? It looks like M3, but let me grab an M4 just to see. That is too big. Okay. So we'll just get like some M3. We got some 8s, little 8 socket heads.
Clip the pins before the next board.
Wait, clip the.
Oh, these are the pins. These are the pins I need to clip.
They don't look like they stick out. I'm still gonna clip them because you're saying so.
Yep.
Yep.
Flush cutters were fine, right? I think we agreed that flush cutters were gonna be okay. And I don't need to clip very much either. They will short with the Z-axis if they are too big.
Okay. Yeah. So we are clipping the bottom of these pins from this connector to prevent it from shorting out and killing itself on the
Z.
So I'm not cutting off very much. I mean, it's... Okay, that one cut off a little more than I wanted to.
This is always good to do.
Okay. We think that's good? Hopefully. I just don't want to cut more than I need to. I mean, the key thing is we don't want them to poke through the back, right? That's really it. They're definitely not going beyond that PCB now. Yeah, cool. You can lay it on the other board to check. Yeah, there's nothing protruding beyond that. Something would have to go inside of that opening for it to short now. So, okay, so let's shove a couple screws through here and just clamp these boards together. Then we will cake them with flux. These are M3s, yeah. Isn't there a way to insulate those? You mean like what, like an adhesive of sorts, or? I mean, they would need a physical barrier unless you're shortening them. But I don't think, in this case, because I think this is going right up against the rail, you couldn't add any thickness to it, I don't believe, without changing the part up. I feel like that's no. We'll do two more. If you really want to, you can put tape on the back. Yeah, I think that now that I've shortened them, it's unnecessary, but I still could just throw like a little piece of Kapton or something like that, just to have like a physical barrier between the two. Could you brush on some liquid? What is that? This is the first time I've ever heard of liquid electric tape. That sounds cool. That sounds wicked cool. I've never heard of that before. All right, that is plenty of board bonding. What I might do is get out my Omni Fixos to hold this board in place while I solder the crap out of it. There they are. I love these things. Little helping hands. Okay, so let's do this. Let's grab you and put you right there. Let's grab you, put you right there. Hell, let's get a third helping hand and put it right there. That thing is not going anywhere. Liquid electric tube is 10 on Amazon. Yeah, that's awesome. It's so cool, gloopy, and it's a bit messy, but good for areas that are hard to get to. A lot, which is liquid electric tape. How can you not know? I've never heard of it. I don't know. I'm just liquid electric tape. Let me finish this. Let me kill this pasta real quick before I solder the rest. This is delicious. I'll definitely order some. It sounds like it'd be handy to have. I've never worked on a car other than the Tacoma that I had 12 years ago. I did some basic stuff on it, like spark plugs and brakes and oil change, but that was really it. I got hiccups. I ate grasshoppers right now? All right, let's do this. So we are connecting these two boards together through these big old pads. Oh my God, that was so much fun. Don't judge me. that was not, I don't know. I usually use ear swabs to apply flux, but these ones, I think I got these ones off Amazon. They seem to be falling apart. There's a lot of flux. All right, let's go for it. How filled? I don't really know how filled up this needs to be, but I'm just gonna keep soldering until. Okay, that looks good. That looks good. That's like perfectly flush. All right, there we go. I'm actually really happy with that one on the right turned out. Nearly there. I'm actually not upset with the amount of flux I put on here. I feel like it might have been really helpful with the sheer amount of solder this is requiring. I think I could even do a hair more. But is it necessary? I don't know. Probably not. But there we go. We'll call that. Oh, it's good. Cool. We're done with the bigger two.
You don't need to completely fill it. Oh.
Well, we're going for completionists. It's looking really good. Like I've never filled a 3-hole or connected boards like this before, and I was concerned a little bit, but we're gonna make these even. There we go. Yeah, that looks good. At least I think it looks good. Sweet. So now the only thing is, I don't think I have that final connector. I don't know if that was in the BOM or if it was one that you maybe sent me via Discord that I just missed. I'm gonna do one last look, but I don't know where it would be. I remember you saying to order these, but these are just microfit plug connectors and not like a plug for the board. Next time, use a flathead shaped tip. What do you mean a flathead shaped tip? This worked really well. Yeah, let me try to clean this up a little bit. It's not gonna be great with these little napkins, but let's just clear up these pads a little bit. Probably get one more napkin. Yeah, let's get one more. Maybe 2 more napkins. Yeah, I'm really bummed I don't have at least I don't think I have the edge connector. I wonder if it's something I could easily source off Amazon. That way I just hold off on soldering headers to it. They might have been the wrong one. Sorry, I suggested using the other. Oh. That, or I can send them to you. Gotcha. So the question I've got though is, are these, like, if I solder, because you basically in the example, I think you had like 4 pin headers that were like up and then bent and then soldered to, those don't have to be disconnected once I install this. Like, that's not the part coming in and off, right? It's only this, the bed. As long as it's not something that's gonna have to be connected and disconnected, then I don't mind direct soldering.
That holder, wait, what holder? You mean this guy? This thing, OmniFixo? If this is what you're referring to, then yes, absolutely. Dude, when you first came into the stream, I went like this and said, hey, look, check out the shirt. Yeah, man, it fits great. It's really comfortable. Yeah, they're OmniFixo's GPs. They're pretty pricey. I had to wait like 3 months after I ordered them to get them, but chat recommended it like, gosh, I don't know, 1.5 years or so ago now at least. And I had used just the cheap helping hands, like kind of the standard ones before, and never really had a great experience with them. So I was like, all right, well, if so many people are saying that they're great, I'll give them a go. And they have been fantastic. I plan on using them for the rest of my days. They're really, really nice. I've been distracted. Oh, no worries. I know that you're usually having to multitask. It does not need to be disconnected. I did mention that the edge connector you have is slightly smaller than LDO's version. Depends if you plan to switch later or not. Gotcha. Okay. What to do? How hard is it to solder this on later? Like if I, let me see really quickly here. If I were to continue forward with this section, so we've got that. So I think that based off of this, I could solder this after. So can I just leave this off and see if either, what is this? Do you know what this plug is? It looks like it's a micro fit. I wonder if I can get this on like Amazon in 48 hours or something like that. I won't need it till probably next week's stream, but I'm wondering what exactly it's called. 4-pin micro fit. It's a 90 degree too, right? 4-pin micro fit, 90 degree. I don't see it coming up on Amazon, but that could be that I'm not calling it correctly. Or poke chamois. Oh, you think chamois might have them, huh, Delmar? Let's see, 90, I'm just curious, 90 degree 4-pin micro fit. I think that's what it is, micro fit plug, but I'm not entirely sure if that's what it is. This connector, I am hoping you have one that I can buy off of you. Where is it? It is, here it is. I want to say it's a microfit. I'm almost positive. Microfit 3.0, right angle. It's kind of specific. Okay, let me know if you do. I think I'm gonna hold off on soldering just pin headers here then, in case either you have them or I can source them locally before then, because ideally I'd like to have a connector instead of hard soldering if I do want to swap out the bed type in the future. So it looks like, yeah, it looks like a microfit 3.0, I agree. It looks exactly like what comes on the like umbilical mods, but that's obviously a double stack plus. I think they're usually what, 2 by 8s or something like that. I have a bunch of microfits, but they're just the plugs, not connectors like this. It's also, yeah, right angle connector. So, but the good news is that it looks like even if I mount it, that I could still solder. I can just pop it on and solder right here. Even it's not, the extrusion doesn't block it, so I can figure that out later. So let's just do that. Let's move on. Let's move on. Okay.
so we have got. Sure. Oh, I was gonna say it looks like there's some parts missing, but it must be because there we go. Okay, so we need this connector piece with the pins. Wait a minute. Did I screw up? It looks like I screwed up. I totally did, didn't I? It looks like this is the wrong connector. McFezia, it looks like this is for the magnet version, right? And this is the edge connector I need. Not a big deal. I just need to redo a couple of these heat inserts. Since that's the case, I'm going to use the non-stealth press for the smaller ones. I didn't realize, I saw I had 2 of them and I was like, oh, this is the right one. I'm looking at the guide, but it's because the guide anticipates you're using the magnet, so no biggie. Yeah, I'll use just this regular iron to get the 3, and I still have the 5mm or 6mm, whatever that big one is, loaded on the stealth press, so we'll swap those out quickly. If you end up having those connectors, Shammy, let me know. Let me know how much to get it shipped. I imagine like standard first class or whatever, I don't know, whatever standard is, would be fine. As long as I can get it here basically in a week, that would be great. And if not, no worries, I'll figure out something else. I could either solder directly, use a different kind of header, or do something different. We'll figure it out. One down. I also have to be mindful, Aaron starts work in an hour, so I probably got like 20 more minutes. We'll basically get this mounted on the Z. That'll probably be it for today. I don't anticipate doing another stream before next Wednesday. There's quite a lot of stuff I'm trying to get caught up on. And my parents will be here on Saturday, so I'm going to be helping them with some things. But I imagine next Wednesday will likely be another long stream because I want to make as much progress as we can. Milo did show up, and me and Mandic really are going to be starting our streams on that together. So I just got to try to get a move on things. This has been fun, though. Actually, considering this is a lot longer of a stream than I normally do by like an hour and a half or 2 hours, it's been fun. There's been some frustrations, but nothing that we haven't been able to overcome, which is awesome. The GPs came in clutch with the idea of like, do you have another ball bearing? I was getting ready to like throw in the towel there and be like, well, I don't know what to do. Daniel needs a chamois care pack. Hey, what's up, Killa? Happy to catch you 2 weeks. I know, man. Today was a long stream, dude. We're making some it doesn't look like a lot, but I'm proud of this. This is our Positron Z-axis. I just basically finished soldering these 2 boards together, adding the connector. This is for the bed, power and thermistor, quick disconnect. And then I don't have this connector, which is a micro fit that feeds to the board, but we're still gonna be able to mount it onto the rail, and then hopefully I can get that soldered on next week. And then we also got the extruder done, but I need to do a tiny little bit of tweaking on the extruder, and I'm hoping it'll be good. It's a pretty cool extruder. It uses the LGX style gears, or HGX, or whatever everyone's calling them. Gotta go to pharmacy and get a couple of toner syringes user for your solder flux. Oh, that's a great idea. Even for this type of flux though, do you think just like scoop it into the syringe? I'll get them to you ASAP. Cool, thank you, Shammy. If you want to invoice me for the shipping, just shoot me over and I can PayPal it or whatever. I can also, I can check this evening. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I could just purchase that would make sense. Yeah, I can't think of anything right this second. Maybe some LEDs or something. I'll figure out something. Okay, let's get this pressed back in. Our massive heat insert. Boom. All right, that is in. Okay, unplug. Sure, that'll happen. I got the LDO Positron kit ordered. Nice. Yeah, I think I talked to I'm awful, but the main guy that's was at Rocky Mountain with the Positron, and I think the plan is I'm still going to be building one, so it'll be fun to sort of compare and contrast similarities and differences between the two. The fan board, tiny fan board, do a video on it. Wait, what tiny fan board? I still need to, where'd the pins go? I still need to do, sorry, I'm brain farting here, I can only multitask like one, I guess I can't multitask. I still need to finish printing out all the parts for the filament storage rack thing. I printed out quite a few. The Mark IV was churning out the parts, but I was running into some issues with the PTG where it was starting to goop up around the nozzles. So I ordered from KB3D the Prusa Mark IV Obsidian nozzle in hopes that it will be less sticky for working with PTG. So that just showed up. USPS lost it for like 3 or 4 days, and that just showed up. So I need to run to the mailbox later today and grab that, and hopefully I can get it turning out parts again. Because it was, since these parts are going to be holding up so much filament on a rack, I don't want any of their structural integrity to be compromised by like blobs falling into them. I'm printing. Nice. It's a race. It's a race then. Easy fix. This Elegoo Rapid PTG is amazing. I've only used a little bit of Elegoo's filament, but it hasn't been a bad experience. All right, so Z-axis assembly. What are we doing here? We are, I don't know if the bolt heads are the same size, but it looks like M312 flat head. So let's get our rail. Let's get, plugs are facing upwards, it looks like. Let me verify that well, they have to be facing upwards, right? Yeah, they align with that. Cool. Okay. Pins are facing upward. This goes right there. Nope, we need our board, don't we? Board goes, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Everything's been just a little tight. For this one, I think I'll grab a little metal file and file that really quickly. I don't want to shove that socket through there, especially when it's the bed wire. Where are, oh. I apparently file things so much that my files don't even go back in the cupboard. They stay on the floor. All right. Do we have anything that's kind of, let's just try this guy. My Murph FOMO is strong. Murph or Rocky Mountain? Rocky Mountain was a freaking blast. It was such a good time. Flow rate must have been a touch high on the part. Yeah, it's possible. They were looking pretty good. They were looking pretty good. Also though, this is like, so this part printed like, oops, like this, right? So the GDQ and Pro, I was running it with the heated chamber. So I think that parts got a bit more droop than they would have had I not ran that, just from the added heat being pumped into it. So it seems like for the parts that were printed vertically, that's where I'm running into the issue. Horizontal seems okay. Okay, so this was what we said. This is going upwards. Oh, it's so close. Okay, yeah, that's good now. There we go. Yeah, I think it, oh crap, did I touch that with a soldering iron? It looks like can you see it? Let's see. Yeah, it looks like I bumped the plug with a soldering iron, possibly. I don't know. It must have been, Must have been when I was doing those big plugs. I don't think it's gonna be an issue. It looks like it's not. It doesn't look like it's affecting the pins at all. I imagine it's probably fine, but let's just, yeah, that won't be an issue. Got a little crazy with that. Elegant filament is awesome. Member film is strong. Their ASA is top of the line. Only 2 colors and they come out amazing. Oh, they got 2 colors. Yeah, I think I've only used like their rapid PLA they sent one time, and it was solid. I had no complaints. Okay, this is sitting like this. The M316 is what. Let's see, M316, M316, M314. Okay, so it looks like 16s and 14s are what I need to use to connect it based off the CAD, which is a bit longer than what's in here. I think it's because this is for the different connector type, so maybe it's a little bit thinner. So what did I say, 16s and 14s? Yeah, 16s, so 16s are on the top, 14s are on the bottom. We'll try that and see if it works. 16s, 14s. The Nomad. Okay. Is this really a 1.5 millimeter? Why is this not fitting? 1.5 isn't fitting. Oh wow, it's just a really tight bolt. Okay. Nope. That is too long. So I think I need to go with what the instructions say and not the CAD for these. That is quite a bit too long. So instructions say M312. Let's try that. M312s. Because M316s are sticking out quite a bit. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, mic check. I think I'm back. Yeah, the battery only has like 3.5 or God, how long have we been going for? 4.5 hours is exactly its full life. So, oh, sorry. Was it loud? I'm sorry. I don't know why it came on loud. It probably has like a built-in EQ thing that hadn't kicked in yet. Sorry, Tort. Sorry, RS. Sorry, everyone else. Yeah, so before next week's stream, I am going to reprint this part out, re-bolt it on, attach this little side part to it, which is what lets the whole bed right up and down, and then bolt the extruder onto the side here, and then also solder this guy. So we'll be done with the Z-axis assembly completely and the extruder, and we'll pick up on the tool head next week. So that's it. So thank you everybody for hanging out. Definitely, I had a feeling, I had a feeling before going into today's stream that we were gonna probably hit some complications, just because it's a very different style of 3D printer, and so there's a lot of things about it that are quite unique. But all things considered, I feel like we did pretty good, with certainly some challenges along the way, but the fact that we were able to sort of overcome all of them is awesome. And I know it's just the Z-axis, but it looks great. It looks so good, man. Minus the part that I just cracked, but that's the offering to the printer gods for the day for all the other smilings. But yeah, it feels, man, it feels like a rigid Z-axis, which it has to be, because this is basically a self, you know, this piece is going to be floating with a glass bed on it, so this needs to be rigid. But that linear rail is awesome. So first build with CAD in a while. Yeah, exactly. So definitely different. But overall, I think that we made some really good progress. Like I said, I'll get this cleaned up and reprinted, I suppose, more than cleaned up. And then I'm trying to think if there's any other part that maybe I should reprint out. I might print out a couple. We'll see. I don't know if I need to. I don't want to just print out extra parts for the sake of it. So, okay. Well, thank you everybody for joining me early on this adventure and for hanging out for so many hours. I really appreciate it. Thank you for all of our new members, all of the awesome gifted memberships. It definitely helps out the channel and it helps me out, so it's always appreciated. Congratulations to our Polymaker winner, Chicken Legs and Thighs, I think is what your name was. I will message you later. And I don't know Aaron's schedule next week, but my game plan is probably to stream at the same time, which is like an hour earlier than normal. We originally were streaming at 1 my time, then we pushed it up to 12, so that way we had a little more time. Now for this one, I want to do 11. That way we can go for 4+ hours if we want to, which I'm glad we did, because had we stopped, I feel like I'm glad we pushed through. With that extra time, it allowed us to get further and get beyond some of the sort of roadblocks we ran into. So yeah, on that note, there he is. Chicken legs and, what did I say? Chicken legs and, I don't know what I said. And ankles, I apologize. Ankles, that's what it was. Anyways, cheers everybody. Have a wonderful week. And I will get next Wednesday's stream scheduled sometime over the weekend. Also, stay tuned when myself or Alan have talked and we have more information on when the Milo stream is going to be starting. We will announce that as well. So hopefully you guys can make it if you want to. So, all right, everybody, have a great rest of your day and a fantastic week, and I will catch y'all later. Bye.